tight, the screams will follow me. Cries of my ancestors said, go away. My operate, fasting in brain, shape-shifting. I feel the animal hide. Inspire me, from the ancestors crying. I feel the change, I feel the change coming. We are one but not the same. This form I desire, innocent blood I will devour. Ancestors gathering round the dwelling, the spirit inhabiting, evil enveloping, the dancing graves in the night, the spirit occupying and transforming, stolen heights, dark practices, my secret life, feathered outers, mysticism, intriguing, my operate, fasting and praying, shape-shifting. I feel the animal hide, inspire me, from the ancestors crying. I feel the change, I feel the change coming. We are one but not the same. Give me the ability to hide in plain sight, so no one can see me, not even in the light. I am the crawler, I'm a within, I'm nobody's friend. This initiation, it's all part of the dark creation. My desires performing incantations. I walk in disguise. If I catch you, it's your demise. Shamanism, my religion, summoning spirits, manifesting myself and changing my flesh. A nightmare to behold. I'ma make you part of the fold. The skin of a man, the soul of a predator. The change is complete. This thing I become, my flesh has succumbed. My operate, fasting in brain, shape-shifting. I feel the animal hide. Inspire me, from the ancestors crying. I feel the change, I feel the change coming. We are one but not the same.
a dreaded flag, a vengeful sea. Be careful what you say. There's always someone listening. The Dutchman tossed on the sea. I swore and the devil heard me. Now we're doomed to sail the seven seas for eternity. So yo-ho, let the ocean winds blow. The line forever we must flow. We sail through them, cursed and condemned. Yo-ho, let the ocean winds blow. A sinister grin across his face said, you'll be doomed to this place. The devil heard my oath, shame of my boast. Oh, a ghostly ship from the depths, freedom from fear is the only gift of death. Yo-ho, let the ocean winds blow. The line forever we must flow. We sail through them, cursed and condemned. Yo-ho, let the ocean winds blow. If you cast your eyes, you'll join us like those before. We're an omen of the ocean night. When you see the flying Dutchman, it's too late for your soul. To the waters we gave now our breath. Yo-ho, let the ocean winds blow. The line forever we must flow. We sail through them, cursed and condemned. Yo-ho, let the ocean winds blow. Yo-ho, let the ocean winds blow. The line forever we must flow. We sail through them, cursed and condemned. Yo-ho, let the ocean wind blow. From long ago, the berserker traveled, crossing raging seas, snatching souls, devouring, conquering and beast. The seas could not take me, war could not break me, to feel so alive, overflowing elation, ready for war, ready for war, ready for war, ready for war. The lands could not hold me, the ocean could not keep me, though she tried. I traveled and conquered many times. Exhilaration swept in.
Folks, welcome to Paranormal Roundtable, home of the best, the absolute best ever entertainment. True stories, all of them is true. They're all true. Everything everybody says is true. Except for anything that I come up with. If it's something about me, then that's not. Never want to fight. Never. Every time I fought somebody, you know what happened? They tripped, they fell, they hurt their leg, or they had a headache before the fight. They took too much Excedrin. Something happened. Something always happened. I never won any. Never could. I mean, the only time I ever beat anybody up was when they fell. I took advantage of it. I never want to fight. Horrible. I am literally responsible for the Kennedy assassination. I am responsible for the Chicago fire and every genocide that has ever happened. With my snap, I did it.
And the Hindenburg. Don't forget the Hindenburg.
The Hindenburg too.
Most people don't
It's
know
tragedy.
this, but you were actually the bullet that killed Abraham Lincoln.
I really was. I'm reincarnated. Reincarnated by the Anunnakis. The Anunnakis lifted me up. They said, Anunnaki said, hey, don't be sad. You know, we're just going to lift this guy up. Unleash him on the world. I was talking to the Anunnaki the other day. I said, Anunnaki, what should I do? And they said, you know what? You get a haircut. You need a haircut. You do not look like somebody who would worship space aliens. You look like a wild man out there in the bush.
That's one of them on your shirt.
You look more like somebody who would worship the Lord God. I said, oh, I better not do that. I better go out and get a haircut. The Anunnakis were quite pleased. Hold on one second. I'm getting a call from them. This is actually a transdimensional intergalactic phone. Yes, hello? I'm telling them right now. Oh, yes, yeah. Oh, okay, yeah, that's going to be a tough one. Hold on one second. The lead Anunnaki wants to know what you want on your pizza.
I like mushrooms and pork sausage.
Pork sausage. Mushrooms and pork sausage. Do you want breadsticks?
No, they're a waste of time.
Waste of time.
Yeah.
I'm not going to tell them that. They would love breadsticks, but you know what? They had ramen earlier. Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Well, can they add like sauce, tomatoes, some cheese, a little basil on top of those breadsticks?
Can you just add? I'm not going to do that. They're all infinite and all powerful. You know they're going to know. Hold on one second. What was that? You heard what I said? I was giving you a compliment, sir. Okay. Yes, I'm back to brainwashing my audience. Thank you. You got to be real careful when you're talking to the creators of the universe, dude. Do you want to piss these guys off? Like they literally created themselves. Okay. You don't mess with the Anunnakis.
Okay,
dude.
but if they don't see what a waste of time breadsticks are, then I mean, are they really that omniscient? I'm just saying.
I am going to get away from you before they strike you down with their lightning bolts from their spaceships.
I mean, I think they see my logic. They're really smart. So.
Oh yeah, they're smart, but don't test them. They're an angry lot. So let's bring on our guests here, folks. Hey, so what's going on?
Hey.
I don't know, if
Hey
you guys.
guys. Hey Josh.
Hey,
Been waiting.
Hello.
long. Demon face. Is it because y'all are possessed?
probably.
Demon face, yeah.
Probably.
Look,
There you go.
I knew it. They were all in it together, worshiping the Anunnakis.
There we go.
So how did it go? You guys went to a haunted location. Did y'all find any Anunnakis there?
No Anunnakis.
No. We're still here. We're here all night, and it's really, really active. Been crazy. Actually, like there's about 16 DVR cameras set up, and they just like crapped out. Literally.
All at the same time. All
All of them?
16 just went completely
Wow.
out, completely
crap.
black. They've come back. A few of them have been flashing.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they all went down.
Yeah.
You just got to give
Crazy.
them a good smack every now and then.
There you go.
It's
Andrew.
not my stuff, so okay, I'll do it. Yeah, what the hell?
I think you might have made the Anunnakis mad. I'm getting
Right.
the feeling.
Right.
Some way.
Shame on the Anunnakis.
Causing
So
all
yeah, so we're ghost hunting tonight, and like I said, it's a Ray County Museum. It's a really a haunted historical location. It started out as a poor farm, and in the I think it was the 40s, it turned into a nursing home, and in the 70s, the county bought it and turned it into the museum. And everything in here, there's 53 rooms. All 53 rooms are different themed, and it's all been donations or on loan from the people of this county.
Mhm.
Wow.
Yeah.
So here, let's go ahead and add you guys to stage 2. So let me ask you a question. So you guys did a stream earlier today.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
On Paul's
I've been
show.
getting some feedback from that, saying that it was awesome, that it was great, that it
Mm-hmm.
was good. Now
We
that
did.
you've done it, I am jealous and I have to attack you for my modus operandi.
Obviously.
Be prepared. Okay. I'm
Okay.
going
All right.
to bring up something horrible against you because you did a good job.
Damn you
Bring
with
it.
your blonde hair and you with your no hair.
How dare you? How dare you?
The nerve of us.
How dare you make
It blends in. It's gray. Look, I mean, it all blends in.
So let me ask you this: did you guys found you got some evidence? Did you guys have it on the show, or did you guys pick up something that you're going to show later? Or what? I didn't get to see it.
Well, we actually have there's a team here with us. It's called Night Owls Paranormal out of Missouri. And they were doing like the Estes method and things like that in the basement, REM pod. We were up in the upstairs dining room and having some activity. So the Estes method, I mean, she was like, we could hear things, but it really wasn't making sense downstairs. So we'll try it again.
We had some intelligent responses, but not a whole lot.
Yeah.
Walking around, I heard footsteps upstairs.
Sorry, folks. You just walked in. The door was unlocked, dude. What the hell? Okay, you just scared the crap out of us. Oh my God. Yeah, don't do that because we are definitely we have protection here. Okay?
Yeah.
That is not. Maddie just walked in. Okay, Tony left the damn door unlocked.
Hello, Maddie.
Anthony's
All
fault.
these crazy people
He
coming.
didn't tell
walking
me
in
to
there.
lock it.
I mean, okay.
Was she
so
delivering the pizza?
Yeah,
going on?
I don't have a key.
I mean, he's right. I have to tell him to like wipe his butt and to brush his teeth and.
Don't pick your boogers and eat them.
It's been 7 days, so I
gave
mean,
On
up.
your hands.
You want to say hi, Maddie, real quick? Because she just walked in. So you know we're not tripping. It's a real
She's
person.
just gonna say it in a mousy voice, and
Well,
no one's
who
gonna
cares?
hear.
Just go and show yourself so they know that we're not just tripping and thinking there was some ghost.
Hey,
There
Maddie,
you go.
how are you?
Hey, man.
Heard us. Yeah, well, Nelly, there you go. See, because now we already made the Anunnakis mad, and then we had Kristen and Paul on, and I'm over here like excited to talk about this ghost investigation. Then you just walk in.
I thought she was here.
You made me jump, man. I was like, oh, where's my stuff at? And it is not right here next to here. Whew, well, don't be doing that. You got some crazy people going around acting crazy, doing crazy things.
Right.
So anyways, back to what you were saying. So you guys are exploring a 52-room museum. God, that would be so cool. Okay.
It is cool.
I'm jealous. I'm so jealous. Okay, so I got
The
plenty
night's
of
so young.
stories
Come on.
about museums.
Literally a night at the museum. This is kind of mine and Brandy's home base. We've been coming here for years. The curator is a very dear friend of mine. And so she opens it up to, as long as there's not another investigation, people haven't rented it out, she opens it up to Brandy and I at any time.
Okay, so on July 31st, folks, if you're living in the Central Texas area, I gotta promote this. Okay, I just talked to Edward Monge today because he was with Ken and Ann. They had a day out, whatever. Great people to hang out with, by the way. Edward and Ken and Ann, all of them. Edward's wife, good people. But Ryan Edwards, everybody knows Ryan. He's a really smart, just really good at what he does, and so
Very knowledgeable. He's a great author too.
Oh yeah. Yeah, very good. And so you have him, Ken Gerhard, and you have Rod Nichols from Bexar County Bigfoot. Everybody knows Rod. He's great. I love him. He's a great guy. Such a humble.
We all had dinner with him. Remember?
Yeah, he's a great guy. Yeah, I love him. So him and Ryan and Edward. I just invited Edward today, so he's going to be there. And Ken, and I also invited Sibylla Irwin.
Cool.
I can make sure that I sent the invite. I don't know if I did or not, but I invited her too, hopefully, because they're all in the San Antonio area. So we were invited to go. And so we're all going to meet there in San Antonio on the 31st. So I'm going to talk to Ken and Ann because Ken is friends with the people who own the Black Swan. I think that the Black Swan, because I've already been inside of it, and let's just face it, it's a haunted place. I mean, it is bad.
Oh yeah.
Right.
It was rough. I was up in
Got some
there.
heavy air in there.
Heavy air, really bad. Now, I would say if you guys would be willing to come down to Texas, I'd put you up in a hotel in San Antonio. We'll put you in the Menger or the Emily Morgan.
Yeah,
You can do
really
a little
nice
bit
hotels.
because we've
Luxury.
I have not personally had experience at the Menger, but my cousin Don called me last month, and he's like, I'm just like in the middle of going. I'm fixing to go to the gym. It's like late at night. He calls me. Don's crazy. And he's like, you know, I can believe this because I'm over here at the Menger and I just saw a ghost. I just took a picture of something. And so he did. He actually took pictures, and I have something very similar from the Driscoll of these little faces, little like orb-like faces. And so Don sent me, you know, so he was real frantic about it. He goes, did you know this place was haunted? I'm like, of course I do. I live in Austin. It's the second most haunted hotel, I think, behind the Emily Morgan. So we'll put you up in one of those, and we could do a investigation in one of those, and then we can go and we'll try to set it up to where we do the Black Swan. I think that would be great. I think that would be awesome.
Yeah, that would be a lot of fun. I heard Black Swan Inn is more on the negative side. Is that true?
It is.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It definitely is. If you go inside of there, now there were people that were in there poking the bear. They were doing whatever they were doing, and I walked in, and then I was with Anthony, I was with Anthony and I was with Nellie the first time I went in there, and then I went in with Anthony, and then I was like, and you and Ann stayed in there, and I came back out. Yeah. And Ken was like, he's like, look, I'm not one of those ghost people. He's like, but I'm not taking chances.
Right.
He was like, I'm not gonna go hang out up in there. I'm good. So he's kind of like that kind of person that knows it exists. He's just not going to take his chances with it. Sure. So him and I were out of his table, and then he spoke at the top of the hill. It's a very beautiful place. But after I was there, or while I was there, we got a story from a guy who claimed to have seen something, and we told his story on the show. And it was crazy. This girl, I wasn't saying it was her dad. It was about her dad, but she had told us that they were riding their bikes and they saw something there at just riding their bikes by there, because the way it's set up, it's like a couple of acres. It's like it's out in the country, but it's not. It's in the middle of town. Right. Wow. But it's like there's like an overpass right there, like for a street, not like a highway, but a street. And then it's really nice. There's like a stable, and there's like a barn and a couple other things. And it's a very big mansion, but it's got a really heavy energy air about it. And so you have to be really, really prepared if you're going to do something like that. Now, here's what I will tell you. I will probably not go inside. But I will get you guys in, and I will be outside like Charlie's Angels, and I will be like, hey, how's it? Are you still alive?
Is that guy's name
Bosley? Bosley. And so what's crazy though is that the lady that owns it, okay, she's friends with Ken, but she said that her daughter sleeps right below where she believes there's a demonic entity. And I'm like, what in the heck?
Yeah.
No way.
I think I can do that either.
Yeah, you do. Your armor's definitely got to be on. You know, last weekend I slept at Malvern Manor. Brandy and I did. It was just the two of us. And there's a negative entity there. And actually it kind of messed with us a little bit when we were going to, I was awake. Brandy was already asleep. And, but yeah, you got to have your armor on for sure.
So if we were to plan, I'm going to talk to them when I go out there. And I guess it'll be 11 days I'll be out there. And then I'm going to talk to those guys and see what they think about doing some investigating.
Yeah, we would absolutely, like, you know, if we have enough notice. I know Brandy and I can make a road trip.
Yeah, what about you, Paul?
I will have to see if I can get off work.
What do you work at? I'll call your boss for you. What's his name?
I will give you his name and number. I'm
going to call him up and be like, hey, listen to me, punk ass. Paul told me to call you. Paul told me to call you.
He ends up getting fired, and you call Paul.
Hey, then I will need a job. I need you to get me a job too.
I called Paul. I said, hey, it worked. You're off.
Yeah.
He also said you can take out Monday through Friday from now until.
Hey, that works for me. That'll work.
He also said he was going to call the police. I don't know what that's all about, and something about a lawsuit.
Guy's paranoid.
Guy's a paranoid whack job. He's just one of my many haters. I did nothing to it,
Right?
man. Now he's going to hate on me like everybody else. And you're just like, yeah, I'm starting to see a pattern here, Josh. I don't understand. I'm like, what? You abrasive? What? What's going on?
Right?
What's the problem?
I don't read the room correctly.
There you go.
No, but seriously, when you stop and you look at this, like the Black Swan Inn, let's take that for example, because I haven't been to where you're at, but I can tell you, walking on the grounds of that place with all the people around, you could still feel the energy emanating from that house.
Oh yeah.
If you didn't have all those other people there as a distraction, you would be really overwhelmed.
Yeah.
I don't know how anybody could live there. I really don't. I'm just like, I'm blown away.
Well, if you go inside, they have this dining room, and like in the dining room, there's this small closet, and in the closet, all the walls are painted black, and they have like a chair set up in front of a small table, and on top of that table is like a scrying mirror with like a candle in front of it, and people will go in there, and they'll close the door, light that candle in front of that mirror, and I don't know what they do, but I'm sure it's something stupid.
Yeah.
Say beautiful.
Sounds like they do things in there they shouldn't be doing. So here in the museum, Kathy doesn't allow anything like that. She doesn't allow Ouija boards. She doesn't allow scrying, anything like that. And it sounds like they might allow that. And a lot of places don't, a lot do. So when you do that kind of stuff, you do open up to a whole different realm, and you can bring stuff in that, isn't so pleasant.
Yeah, there's already enough stuff at the Black Swan Inn. I don't know why they allow that, but whatever.
Yeah.
And we have enough stuff here to communicate with just about anything, so we're good.
Well, so what's the history behind the phenomena behind that place?
So it was built in 1910 as a poor farm. There is so many people that have been in and out of this building there, and I'll tell you about the one instance. And there's oars, a set of oars here that kind of go with the history of it. But there was it was called the Nelson Winters murders, and I don't remember if it was Nelson or Winter, but they killed the one's family, which was 2 children and his wife, and there was a deaf-mute girl who was hiding in a barrel. When that all happened, they arrested the 2 guys that did it. They were holding them in jail. They took them across the Missouri River to the town of Lexington, Missouri. They held them over there. Then a lynch mob came and took them out, and ended up hanging them. And the deaf-mute girl, her name is Goldie, and she came here to the Ray County Museum and lived her life out. She's actually buried behind the building, but she's seen here a lot. And so that's a big significant ghost that's here. And then there's just a lot of them. There's, like I said, each room is different themed. Like in the World War II room, there's a purple heart in there that we've been told by many different psychic mediums that there's an attachment there. It's just, you get all of these artifacts. And then on top of it, you've had a lot of deaths come through here because it was a nursing home. It adds up.
And the odd thing, we have a camera set up in the room that has the oars in it. We could not get that one to stay on. Even before all the cameras went haywire.
Yeah. And so the oars were used for when they went across the river to go get these 2 to hang them.
Yeah.
The actual oars.
And so just so you know, some of the people that are in the queue, we got Saber and Dollar Bill. You guys just hang tight, if you don't mind, just listening to the show. And because we're talking to Krista and Paul. Krista and Paul, let me ask you another question. But this is going to sound hokey, but I really want to know because, do you get scared there?
Not anymore. I've done it so long that I don't.
Not you, but Paul. What about you, Paul?
I got so scared my hair fell off.
He's like, I came in here with flowing locks, baby. And now
I did. It was long.
Blondes and blues were about
Ric
both of us,
Flair, and
actually.
now I'm.
it's blondes and grays now.
Yeah.
No.
Krista, I was joking. I'm messing with you, Krista. So
I know. You're good. It's all good.
You don't get scared? You don't at all, Krista?
Not
She's
anymore.
done it so many times.
Not anymore. I used to when I first started it, and then I helped with several of the demonic cases. I'm not gonna lie, those do scare me, but you can't show that fear when you do negative type cases or go to a negative place. Like if I were to go to Black Swan Inn, there's no fear there.
Yeah. Oh man.
Mentally, I might be scared, but you don't show it. So no, that's why I got into doing like some of the going out in the woods because my adrenaline, that thrill is there again.
Mm-hmm.
So
Well,
this is my second ghost hunt, both of them with her. And the first one, I remember her saying, "Don't show your fear." And I'll tell you, upstairs down one of the wings, you can feel the negativity down there. And you walking in these rooms and you feel the hair all over your body, maybe not on your head, just standing up, and you just get chills. And but it's like I said, you can't show the fear. You're not here to to harm anybody. You just want to communicate.
Yeah.
So
so let me ask you guys a question, veterans of ghost hunting, because I've been around a lot of haunted places, but I've never really actively hunted ghosts per se.
Mm-hmm. Well, you have an open invitation.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I've been on ghost tours. I'll take you up on that when I'm ready for the attachment. Because Brandy, I mean, we're all convinced that she had an attachment.
Absolutely, she did.
Because I remember the first time I met her, I was like, "What's wrong with her? Is she just mean?" And you're like, "No, she has an attachment. It's a demon." I'm like, "Oh, okay." Brandy's probably going like, "What?" Kidding, Brandy. Just kidding.
Yeah.
But no. So going into the Black Swan Inn, if it's just us, right? Mm-hmm. It wouldn't be a good idea to walk in and be like, like that's not a good idea. You're telling me that's not a good plan.
No, not a good plan. No. And you want to make sure that like you're mentally right too at that time, like, or you're not physically sick. When you go into a negative type place like that, you got to be at your best, both mentally, physically, emotionally. I mean, all of it. You don't want to go in with any type of weakness, because if it is a demonic entity, they'll find that, and you become
a target for them for sure. Yeah, for me, I would be, if I was going to go into a place like that, I would just walk in and be like, I'd take my shirt off, be like, "What's up, demon? You want to go? What's up, brother?" And I'd start like trying to fight it, because that seems to be what works on television.
Well, if you start shadow boxing, it scares them off.
Yeah, I've heard that. I heard that if you could do some if you show them a judo chop, they get they flip out. They will leave. They will flee.
Right.
I'll try that tonight, and I'll let you know how that works out.
What was that, Tony?
I said, like Caligula stabbing the sea. Sometimes you got to show the elements who's boss.
Or Xerxes when he whipped the sea for sinking his ships at Thermopylae. He was like, "I would whip you now." It didn't work though. It didn't seem to help. I can tell you this: if I do go into a place and it makes me jump or get scared or do something, okay, I have a tendency to run around like a little bitch, and so I'm going to probably run out of there.
Make sure I have it on.
What's up? Oh, and Paul will be like, "Oh shit!" I'll be like, "Oh, you didn't see that. You didn't see that."
Right.
Quit lying. Oh, quit lying. That wasn't me, bro. I don't do that. I don't do that.
Right.
And you just got to play it all cool and stuff. No, dude, for real. I will. Sometimes I would jump when I was living in a house that was haunted, because it was. And my brother likes to make fun of me because one time I fell forward and I knocked my computer screen off. Okay, in my defense, something touched my back. All right, it turned out it was my dog. But look, the point is, I was living in a haunted house, but my Mastiff got behind me, and whatever. I had a couple beers, but the thing is, I mean, you're living in a house that's got activity all the time. You're gonna be jumping, but then you get kind of used to it. And I don't know which is worse: getting used to that crap, or actually just being kind of on edge all the time. Because once you get used to it, you're sitting there playing PlayStation, and you see something go into the mirror, and you're like, "Huh." And you just keep playing Gladius, and you're like, "What was that?" I mean,
here's the thing too. Like here in this apartment, Kathy that runs this, she has an apartment here, and she stays here Wednesdays through Sundays, and then she's got her real house in Kansas City she goes to. Well, while she's here, she stays here by herself, and she's made it known to them they're not allowed in the apartment. And honestly, I sleep like a baby in there. There's no footsteps. There's nothing. Like. Wow. She has it clear that you're not allowed in there, and she,
does that work? I mean,
it's all about your intention, and she's on top of it. She doesn't allow them, and honestly, there's no activity in the apartment at all. And actually, even the previous curator, she died in that apartment. And
wow. You know, this is gonna be funny, but it's jokey, but it's not. Like I'm half Hispanic. My mother was Mexican, so
Mhm.
but in the Mexican culture, and I make this joke all the time. Everybody's abuelita has a fantasma in their closet, right? And everybody, there's always like, oh no, mijo, that's the haunted room. There's always a ghost there. If you go to a Mexican person, older person generation's house, there's always a cucuy in the closet and a fantasma in the hallway, you know, and it's just the way it is. It's like there's this one room that's always haunted. Like that's a joke, you know. But it's
Mhm.
weird because it kind of is true. Because I remember my friend Mario when we were kids, we were young, and then my friend Juan Diaz later on. We were when we got older, we were teenagers. They both lived in big houses, like big old 5-bedroom houses. Now, Anthony, being from Taylor, you know there's a bunch of those old Victorian houses in our
Mhm.
hometown.
Mhm.
I don't know why they built so many of them. And so they're everywhere. And so a couple of my friends growing up lived in those kind of houses, but there were certain rooms that you knew were bad. Now,
Mhm.
when we were staying at my friend Mario's house when I was probably like 13 or something like that, he told me and my friend Keith, he goes, I dare you to go and sit there in that room with the light off by yourself. And I said, well, we're sitting right here with the light off. Go ahead and go out of the room. And we're playing video games. And he's like, no, my room's not haunted. He's like, that room is haunted. He's like, my
Wow.
uncle stayed in that room, and his uncle was a former Marine. He was in Vietnam.
Wow.
And something, the night that he returned, something followed him and it choked him 2 or 3 times. And he
Mhm.
eventually moved on. But
Wow.
ultimately, he took his own life he was in a home because he got to where he couldn't take care of himself.
Mhm.
Eventually, he took his own life. They believe he did anyway. He took all of his pills. Bless you. But it's so messed up, man, because that room though, whatever was in there was not his uncle's spirit. Because I asked him that question. I'll never forget. I was a kid. I didn't go in there and take him up on the offer, but I said, "Is that your uncle's spirit?" He goes, "No." He goes, "Whatever that is, it's something that followed him back from Vietnam."
Yeah.
And so
Wow.
that room was haunted. But then there was another room where his grandmother used to stay, you know, and she had since gone to a retirement home, not a rest home, but a retirement home. And she was living up here in Austin. So he said, yeah, my grandmother used to stay in that room. She would talk about something sitting on the bed all the time and would grab her
Mhm.
legs and stuff. He goes, and so that room's haunted too. So my friend Juan, same thing. We were teenagers and we were in his room and we were like listening to music, you know, and talking and stuff. And my friend who I saw the dog man with, he was on the phone with his
Mhm.
girlfriend. And me and Juan were playing video games, what teenagers do. And we hear this boom, 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 like somebody's falling in the hallway. And we're like,
Wow.
his mother was out of town. She was in Round Rock and visiting her sister. And so we put down the controllers and he was like, I know there ain't gonna be nothing there. And so we went out of the room and we looked and there was, sure enough, there was nothing there. But it
Mhm.
sounded like 2 people wrestling in the hallway and bouncing around, falling down. Now he had siblings, but they were younger and they were with his mother. So everybody was gone. Right. And
Mhm.
his stepdad, they were all of them were gone. Nobody was there. It was just us 3 in the house. And then later on in the middle of the night, I went downstairs to grab something to drink. And as I was coming back up the stairs, because we like pick one of us, hey, you go down and grab the drinks. Okay, it's my turn, whatever. So I ran down there to get the drinks, and I was coming back up the stairs. I heard 3 claps like that. Like I was like, whoa,
Wow.
what the hell? And it kind of came from nowhere. So I was just like, what the hell? So them old houses.
Mhm.
So that stairway, the staircase was haunted, right? And you
Wow.
would hear things, see things, feel things. I personally, that's the only thing that happened to me, but other people told me a lot of weird stuff. Um, but
Wow.
including your uncle, you know, Ralph.
Mhm.
Your uncle Ralph had an incident in that house, and I remember him telling me that he had something happen there. Something pulled his hat off his head, but it was like in certain spots. The whole house was not haunted; it was just in
Mhm.
certain spots. Now I wonder, you being kind of a veteran of this kind of stuff, you and Paul, what are your thoughts on that? Why is it that way? What makes like this part of the house is safe, right? But this part of the house is full of demons. I mean, let's why is that?
So it could be numerous things. So, maybe it was the land and there was an old house there. Maybe there was an original house and then the house was added on to. It may be, something significant happened in that room. I mean, it could just go on and on and on. And without really investigating it, to get the answers, Yeah, it could be anything.
And maybe there's just something in that room that it's attached to.
Right.
That it just, it won't
That's
leave.
interesting right there, Paul, what you just said. And so now let's talk about what Krista said first. Telling the audience this, excuse me, like you have to, and like I said, we got people in the queue. Sean, Josh, guys, just hang in there. Just we're just talking here. Thank you for hanging in there. We got people in the queue. But look, here's what I wanted to say about what Krista said. Let's start with that first. That is very important, right? Because if a house that now I've gotten cases, one of them was in Minnesota. And I don't know what the hell's going on with that state. Me and Anthony were joking about that the other day. There's a guy who was working out last night, and I've talked to him a few times. He's like a big old, like heavy metal rocker looking dude about my age, former military dude. Paul would be jealous. He had beautiful flowing locks. I'm just kidding. He had long hair, and I was like, "Dang, you got all your hair, and it's long." And he's my age. And so we're sitting there talking or whatever, and he's from Minnesota, and he was talking about some weird, always weird stuff in that state. And I told him, I said, we get tons of weird in Connecticut too. Weird, like certain states. You just every time you talk to somebody from those states, you tell them paranormal. They're like, "I got a story for you." It's immediate. And so, Minnesota, I got a story from a lady. She was talking about the house that used to be there was her great aunt's house, and they tore it down, right? The spot that was supposedly where her great uncle had passed away. He died. They never did figure out what happened. Somebody broke into their house and murdered him. They believe that's what happened. Him and his dog. And they think that it was a disgruntled former friend that did this. But they never could prove it, right? And he lived out in the sticks or whatever. Her great aunt was at work at the time. She worked at a convenience store. And so she said that her last wish was to tear the house down. So her and her brother inherited the land, and they divided it up. Her and her husband bought him out. So they decided to get plans. You have to buy plans, whatever, blueprints. And they built the house kind of over partway over the side of the house, but part of the house was not there anymore. Here's where the original house was. It's gone. The new house took up half of where the original was, and then it was moved over, right? Because the land had kind of eroded on certain spots. So they tore the house down and they rebuilt it. But that part of the house, if you're facing it, it would have been to the west because it was facing the south.
Right.
They said that the western side of the house was notoriously haunted, really bad. And there were 2 bedrooms on that side, and then there were 2 bedrooms on the other side. It was a ranch-style house. The other side was calm as Hindu cows. There was no problems ever reported on that side. So what you said about that, and she gave me a whole story about that house, and they saw some weird stuff in that house.
Right.
But it was always on the western side, and there were 2 kids who had their bedrooms, so they switched. They went to the other side, and then the parent, her and her husband, had their master bedroom on that other side.
But here's the thing too, Wolf, that the spirit that haunted that house, maybe it seen it in its original form. It didn't see the new house. You know what I'm saying? So maybe that's why it was just over in the old house part as it seen it and knew it.
So let me ask you this. If you tore down a house and there was a spirit there that, let's just say for argument's sake, a lot of people won't agree. Some people will. If you're a hardcore Christian or a hardcore Muslim, or you might not believe this. But this is, I'm going to say it now. If somebody, there's a theory that if somebody dies, they do see everything the way that it was, the way. So let's say that you tear a house down and you go to that house where it once stood. And it's just an open field. There's nothing there anymore. And you walk around in the square that was once that house in that open field. Do you think that spirit will sense you? Will it see you? Will it come to you? Will you be able to feel it, read it, communicate with it through a spirit box or through some other effort?
I believe so. And I can say this because there's a famous paranormal person that the guy with the attitude, you all know who I'm talking about. But he had bought that demon house up in Indianapolis, and he tore it down. And I have since heard that the land, it's just an empty land, that people do go there and they do pick up EVPs, REM pods go off. So absolutely, it's an empty lot. So yeah.
Didn't we get stories like early on in the show of people seeing apparitions, but they weren't like on the ground?
Mm-hmm.
They were kind of like elevated, but they
I
were
don't know
still
what you're
walking.
talking about. I've never heard any shit
What the
like
heck
that.
is he always interrupting the show with his
Talking,
bull
it's just
crap?
weird babble.
Hey, Chris, I'm so sorry. Why don't you
Sorry
go
about
ahead,
that, Paul.
Paul?
Krista,
Paul, go
let's
ahead.
Ignore that, man.
Nobody can even hear you, and you're just putting me
There's a
on.
mic. What are you
Gumball head
talking
over
about?
here.
Oh, now you don't
He's
remember.
the tech guy.
Now
He
you
doesn't even
don't
know how a
remember. I don't
microphone
remember that.
works. Come on, guy.
Oh, okay. So one day you're bragging about how you remember everything, and now
Have you
don't
not
remember
heard my
that.
enemies? I'm a liar, dude. All right? Face it. I worship space aliens, dude. I'm messed up. I need
Yeah.
meds, and I need to be in a straitjacket. Stop, dude. All right? I've already said way too much.
Or maybe you haven't taken it.
I haven't.
That's why you
I'm
don't
off
remember.
my meds. You know that.
You're both
You're
off
both
your meds
off right
and
on.
on.
You're embarrassing me in front of my friends. Stop it.
You're getting senile.
Yeah.
That's
It's the old age of 40.
sorry, folks. No, seriously. I know what you're saying. I remember.
Yeah.
I remember. Yeah.
It's like they weren't flying, but they weren't on the ground. They were just like at an elevated position, like they were walking. And it, because at the time they died, maybe that's where the ground.
That's what
was
me and
at,
Armando had discussed.
Could've been.
One of the stories, Armando was doing a lot of footwork too, and his files contained some weird ghostly stuff. He had a friend that was from the military whose wife had passed away. It was very sad. I don't want to bring up anything that's too sad or whatever, but she had passed away, and so Armando was talking to. Now he passed away, of COVID year before last. But, he was talking to this woman, and she was talking or to him about this woman. He would see her now when they remodeled the house. That's probably one of the stories you're referring to, Anthony. She would be above, like she would be moving above, like a foot and a half above the ground outside where the porch was. So that was one of the stories that he had covered. And there were several others that we had talked about that where people would see. And then another weird thing was that woman from England, from Staffordshire. Was it Staffordshire? I think it was.
I think so.
She was talking about Lauren. Her name was Lauren. She was talking about seeing a spirit in a house, and over time, the spirit. She lived there for 60 years in this house in England. I remember this story very clearly. The spirit began to fade. Like the more she would see it would not look like it was when she first moved in. She said it almost looked like you could see through it, like it was a woman, in like a blue light cornflower blue dress, whatever. But then she said that she could later on. She was saying that she could always hear it, but she couldn't see it. And by the time that we had talked to her, the spirit was practically like she would barely catch a wisp. She wouldn't see it anymore. And she's like, I thought it was my old age. I'm getting old, and this, I can't see as good, whatever. And she said that her daughter moved in with her 2 kids temporarily because she had an abusive husband, whatever. And so she moved in with her. But she said her daughter was seeing it when she was a child, but now that she, or older, she was seeing it like she was, like a wisp, like it was fading away, or maybe the energy was dissipating. Do you have any theories about that?
It could very well. I mean, just like a lot of that could be residual too. You know what I'm saying? Like it leaves an imprint. So
would the imprint begin to fade? Hey, can you get me a water?
Why not? I mean, like residual, it's a repeat, it's a time loop. So it could maybe over time. Yeah, I would think so. Anything's possible in the paranormal, right?
Well, we don't know. I mean, that's the thing. And what Paul was talking about, something being attached, that would be, I wonder about that because we have a key. We've talked about it on the show that disappears. Right now, we don't know where it's at. We all kind of think that it's going to. Can you get me? Oh, I think you did. Okay, cool. You all right? Work stuff. Can't ever get away from it. You guys got to go deal with something real quick. So, what's crazy though is like that key. And Paul, I don't know if you know about this. I think Krista does.
I do.
But it will literally appear, disappear, reappear. And what's so freaky about it is we had a friend, my friend Jack, Been friends with him for over 25 years. He threw the key into the lake at Lake Travis, and then it showed back up in our cupboard.
Wow.
Wow.
And so this thing is very powerful. It came out of a gargoyle statue that came from Guatemala.
Wow.
And so that's the backstory to that. The gargoyle statue itself has its own story. We've told it on the show. I don't remember which episode it is, but and that's why I don't want to give it away. If you haven't heard it, you got to listen to that episode.
Yeah, for sure.
Anthony, what episode is that? What is that called with the gargoyle?
I don't remember.
Haunted objects or cursed objects?
I think it's just called Haunted Objects.
I think it's called Haunted Objects. But
Mhm.
you guys in the audience, go check that out. It's a really twisted story, man. So the gargoyle statue was its own whatever. But so we had a psychic, unprompted. We didn't ask this person, but they looked into it, and they said, "Look, we did some work on this, and they told us that key will forever be coming and going, because now the gargoyle statue has been destroyed, and so it can never go back to its place. It was bound to that thing by some sort of magic." Stupid of me to even try to bring that thing back from a foreign country, but it's a weird story because it was like 2-3 years. I think it was 2.5 to 3 years, something like that. And it showed up on my doorstep in a beat up package. And I'm like, what is this? And what's even more weird is somebody knocks on my door, and I'm right there. I'm like sitting, my desk was right there by the front door. And so I got up to open the door, and the person was already gone. And I look around, there's nobody there, I lived in a weird house,
Okay, that's weird.
Yeah, it was already weird. But then there's
especially you didn't see anybody,
And so I told my brother and my friend Willie, who's passed away. He died of brain cancer in 2020. But they were there, and Scorpion was there, and they're like, "What is that?" I said, "I don't know." And we opened it up, and there it was. It was this gargoyle. And so a few months later, people that know, they know. But I had an angel statue. I used to, it's going to sound kind of weird, but I used to paint ceramics. I would paint them and fire them. My friend had a kiln, and she would let me use it. And so I used to make so I painted David, so was David. I painted it. I had one of those. And I had these angels that I would make, and I would paint them, and I gave them to my grandmother, my great aunt. I used to be kind of artistic, yes. But anyway, long time ago, and I also put together models of tanks. That was one of my hobbies. And I could see better back then. But so anyway, I had this angel that I had sculpted, and I didn't sculpt it. I just kind of fixed it, whatever, and then I shellacked it, and just did a bunch of stuff to it and made it look real pretty, basically. And so I loved that thing, and it was very nice. It was a labor of love. I put a lot of work into it, and I put it next to this gargoyle, like good and evil, My concept of life was different then. I wasn't where I am now, spiritually or mentally. And so we hear this clang, clang, and we go into the room. There's 4 or 5 of us there because we hear it's very loud. And the angel was decapitated at an angle.
Oh my.
Yeah, opposite from that demonic looking gargoyle. And so I figured that I didn't want that thing in my house anymore. And I figured it's probably evil. When I went to move it after that incident, I heard something rattling around, and I opened up the bottom of it. I could feel it. It was like immediately I felt like this soft spot, which I had not felt before.
Right.
He fell out. That statue ended up going to someone, and then a lot of stuff befell them, which I regretted later. But I should have destroyed it. But then this psychic, she told me that if I would have destroyed it, it would have cursed me forever. And I said, well, curses don't last forever. I don't believe that. I know a lot of bums have cursed me over the years, and it doesn't last forever. You can dispel them, and you can protect yourself. And if you're in Christ, you're fine. But at that time, I wasn't the way I should have been. I only paid lip service to it. And so when there it is, episode 42, Haunted Objects. They tell the story of the gargoyle with the key inside of it. So there you go, folks. Go back to that. It's the podcast episode. It's on all the different platforms. But so what Paul said makes a lot of sense. Something is attached to something What happens if there's not a good explanation for it, though?
There's always a way to figure it out. I mean, it's investigating, and sometimes, it's not, when we do private cases, sometimes we do them more than once just to get to the right answers, So I feel like there's always a way to find an answer. You just have to ask the right questions, and and again, it's paranormal, so not every night is super active either. So it takes several times of going and investigating locations to get to the bottom and find out what the answers are. For instance, we did that horse farm that we couldn't figure out what was going on there. It was awful. Like, she had horses dying. She herself was just depressed. She'd get out of the place. She was fine. Couldn't figure out what it was. And, it wasn't demonic. It wasn't, spirit wise. And we figured out it was actually elemental. So
that was going to be my next.
Really?
Yeah. So, and what we ended up doing, we ended up giving an offering. Apparently that horse farm used to be an apple orchard. And so it got destroyed, the apple orchard, and got turned into horse pasture. So they were ticked off. And so we ended up planting 2 apple trees with the family and given back to them. And we told them, don't ever eat the apples. These are for them. And do you know that all activity ceased?
Wow.
And that was the case that went ongoing for 5 years.
What do you think, like, when it comes to that situation there, Krista? Now I'm going to ask you this, and I kind of know what I think, but I want to know what you guys think. When something is haunted, because that was going to be my next question was, it's an elemental. Right, there's natural and there's subnatural. Now those are different things, and there's different types of spirits that correspond to different types of elements. And people will say, well, I don't know if I believe that or whatever. It doesn't really matter what we believe or know. It's what it is. That's really the bottom line.
Right.
When something is haunted by an elemental or some type of subnature, that whatever that can be, and they said that at that Black Swan that there was some sort of elemental spirit that dwelled inside of that the barn. And they said, come on guys, let's go and mess with the elemental in the barn. I'm like, they were acting like it was like a amusement park. And I said, no, y'all go ahead and play with your scrying mirrors and your candles, whatever. I'm not with any of that. But I know that there have been a couple different cases that I've gotten that have come across our desk, and it deals with something that had to be an ancient spirit, and it was a witch, and I believe that it was an elemental, a natural occurring creature being that has existed for a long time. Now, before I go too deep into this, I don't want to get way off topic here, but some elementals can evolve. Now, what I'm going to say is this could have been an elf-like creature. This is what I'm saying. This is before I even tell you what it was, what happened. My conclusion, maybe this is the cart before the horse, but I'm going to tell you, was that this is what I think it was. Okay. I think it was an inner earth being that was once just like an elf. It was like a subnature being, right? A race of beings. And it died. Okay. He died. It was he. And I believe that over time, it actually began to evolve. And I would estimate that spirit is probably 100,000, if not older, years old from another culture. And what that became was somewhat of like it began to be a part of the trees.
Right.
Now, that sounds cuckoo bananas for people who don't, who are uninitiated into this. Saber says Lucifer and Leviathan are examples of elementals. Well, yes and no. Those are not necessarily elementals as in representing an element. That's the weird thing. That this being, so what ended up happening, there was something that was going on these people's farm.
Right.
And these trees were rotting. They were getting this rot and they were dying. And they believed that they had angered something or someone. Well, there was a mound that they just carelessly neglected and built on. They put a barn over it. And so when they were telling me all this, I said, this was in Iowa. And I told them, I said, that's a very, very big mistake because you may have upset something that was there for a very long time and you pissed it off. And
Mhm.
so later on, a psychic backed up what I had seen and what I thought it was, which was a type of fae, as
Yeah.
she called it. I would not really consider it a fae. I would think it's more of its own thing, because it becomes so attached to the land that it's grounded, bound, and bonded to the actual substance around it.
Yeah, I would agree with you, because at that horse farm, I actually saw what to me looked like a troll, and that was in the barn. It was in the tack room in the barn. And then 2 other investigators, teammates, saw this same creature in a tree outside. So, yeah, and I didn't know what it was. Like at the time, I was just, it really had stumped us. And, I'd heard of the Fae and things like that, but wasn't a real big believer, And then I studied demonology under Jeremy Leonard, the Cajun demonologist. And he's like, you've done this. I'm like, yes, it's all, and he said, he thinks it was an elemental. And he's the one that gave us the advice about planting the trees and tell them not to eat off of that. And it worked. So.
Yeah, and that troll-like creature, there's different things that can happen there.
Mhm.
Now, we all, as people, evolve spiritually. Now, I'm going to say this to the audience, and you can take it for what you want, okay? But spirits, when you're a spirit, you evolve. Your spiritual evolution changes your features. So, to me, one of these troll-like creatures, now read about Edgar Cayce. He talked about this.
Yeah.
The lower level vibrational entities will look more troll-like, more evil, more and then as you get up the ladder, you go a little higher, they become a little more elf-like, a little more like cheery little cherubim looking dude. There's a reason for that, because if their polarity goes, think of Lord of the Rings, okay? Where it talks about in the books. Now, I don't know about the movie. I don't remember if the movie said it or not, but the elves were once, or the orcs were once elves,
yeah,
that had been twisted and turned by the darkness. They will look that way. Now, a person, you're living in a vessel, in a suit. So you can be rotten to the core on the inside. We know this from looking at people in this community. They're rotten to the core. But they're hiding in a flesh suit, so you can't tell what the heck is going on with these psychopaths. Yeah. But in the spirit, it's there, Now, only these really, really powerful entities are able to disguise themselves. But even then, it's fading. It doesn't last.
Right.
Right. So these beings, what they do is they evolve one way or the other. They devolve or they evolve. So you have an entire race of beings that looks like ugly little nasty little trolls. They're on a lower vibrational plane, whereas the ones that look like they're vibrating higher, they're more whatever. They could be kind of mid-level, middling, whatever.
Yeah.
You have like what we would consider to be like lower level angelic beings, and then mid-level angelic. And high, and each one of them exists from the 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th dimension, and so on and so forth, 11th, whatever. And so that's what you have going on when you have these sort of elemental beings doing what they do. They're evolving too, And so one story that I remember reading about, I read this one. I think it was in a book. Was it Haunted Midwest? It was something about the Midwest, something anyway. Yeah. I read this book a long time ago, and it was of a creature down in a well. And over time, over 50, 60, 70 years, whatever it was, it became more and more.
Don't mean to interrupt you, but did y'all hear that? I got something in the room here with me. Just a big, huge knock.
Was it like a stat?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Big, huge knock. Just nothing over there. Nobody else is in here but me.
So why did Paul leave? Paul got scared?
No, Paul actually, and this is known to happen in this place. Whatever's in here was giving him a headache. He said he had to step out and get away from it.
Oh man!
Oh
boy!
Crap!
I thought Paul just got real
scared. When he walked out of here, it's in here. I can feel it, and then it just.
Do you need us to let you go?
And shortly, in a little bit, but we're good right now.
Okay. Well, if you can't, but if you want to run, go ahead. We can bring on the next guest, so you guys can take care of business.
Yeah, I'm gonna go just check on him.
Okay.
Make sure he's okay.
If you guys want to jump back on, come back into the queue. We'll bring you back.
Okay, sounds good. Thanks, guys.
So let me bring on the next guy here. We got Dollar Bill and Sean. We'll bring Sean on. Sean,
Hey,
Hang on
guys.
1 second, and we got Dollar Bill, and then Josh Casto's on, and then we got Saber in the background. So but before we go any further, what do you guys think? We were talking to Krista and Paul, the audience, and you guys can chime in too. I'll bring on Josh. So what do you guys think about
I'll bring on Josh.
there we go. So what do you guys think?
There's some feedback, some volume down on the show.
Jeez Louise. Sounds like Star Wars. I'm hit!
Starship, yeah.
Is that coming from my end?
Maybe. It's not my
Yeah, you gotta turn your speakers off.
Just mute it for me.
I got headset on. So.
Oh, that's doing a repeating itself into it. I sacrificed my hair to the Anunnaki.
Oh, wow. Well, I didn't. I just had a haircut. So
There we go.
So you got it? There we go. Cool. So what we're talking about is these elementals, and I've explained this to people before, and how these things can change and evolve, and not necessarily shape-shifting. That's a whole nother thing. What I'm talking about is that's completely different. But people that don't understand this, they think it's just some kind of cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs theory. That's not a theory. That's what I really believe. And these beings, they are different. Somebody's got some bad feedback going on, man. I don't know what's going on. You're gonna have to turn the show down. You can't have the show.
Yeah, you gotta mute the show. Like if you're playing it on some speakers or something, then it's bleeding over into your mic.
Yeah, it's not me.
Okay,
So
I think it's stopped now.
I guess that stopped. So what we're talking about though are these beings. Like I was reading a story, and I can't remember exactly where it was, but there was this being that lived in a well, and it was dark, evil. As it began to interact with people more, it seemed to become more benevolent, and it began to look different over time. Which can happen to me. I believe that can happen to an entire species. And I think that when you're dealing with the inner earth, we were talking, I think it was it last night about Baut, about the well, it's not, they call it a well, but it's really not a well. And what they say Baut is, which is in Yemen, is a giant hole in the ground that was actually, and it's bubbled up. It looks like something busted out of it, right? And it's a Yemeni legend from the Himmerite kingdom that said that there was one of the 7 Jinn kings. There were 7 of them, according to ancient Arabic lore that even predates Islam. And it even predates Christianity and, of course, Judaism. But the legends in that area say that there were 7 kings. Now, the translations are very weird because you don't get, Arabic does not translate from one type of dialect to the next, not even the same. The Yemeni translation of that from the Himmerite language, which it's one of its closest, and I might be wrong about this, but I remember reading that it was the closest was the Hittite language. So some people believe that there must have been a colony or something that spun off from the Himmerite, from the Hittites, that predated them by a long ways, and maybe they just ended up there. But if you look at where the Hittites were down to the Himmerite kingdom, they would have had to cross the forbidden zone, which could be what happened. And if they did, they may have come in contact with these different entities. The forbidden zone or forbidden kingdom, it depends on which way you translate it. It's literally like a 250 square mile block of nothing. And if you walk through it, you'll die.
It's called the empty quarter too.
The empty quarter, yeah. It's bigger than that even. It's just 250 square miles is where there's supposedly is absolutely nothing but sand.
Yeah.
And then on the outskirts of it, there's the remnants of what appears to be like ancient civilization. Now, as much as some of the stupid people that walk amongst us would love to pretend like there ain't no ancient aliens, there's nothing left there. And then I hear banjo. Going down to ignorance, gonna have ourselves a time.
Stupid faces everywhere.
people saying fucking I mean, that's pretty much, you're going to have the retardation. They don't understand. It's not going to happen.
Welcome to my country.
And so it's this basically, they're not going to grasp what we're talking about. And that's not who we're talking to tonight. We're talking about smart people. So what ended up happening, one of these very powerful kings, this is really weird. He was a Jin king. He ordered his beings, his tribe, his people, whatever, to build a prison for demons. Now, if you are of the Christian faith, you're like, wait a minute, aren't Jinn just demons? Yes and no. Depends. Right? Now, the Muslims will say they aren't demons. There's good ones and there's bad ones. And then there's things that are in between, but whatever, blah, blah, blah. But there are different religions too that these things can be a part of, which is also odd, I know. So you're kind of thinking, like, how bad were these demons that another demon had to build a prison to throw them into? Because he's like, you know what, we're bad, but F those guys. I mean, they're really bad. So what the hell was going on? And so is it the Forbidden Zone, the what do you call it again?
Empty quarter.
The empty quarter. I mean, is that what was there once there? Because that is supposedly what was there, was a kingdom of these really, really bad demons. And then, of course, I talked about the king of the Himmerite kingdom, where he had, in the 6th century, he had to fight an army, of these Adharit, which are basically like werewolves. They're shapeshifters, and they can actually take human form, but the human form they take is like Neanderthalic, weird, kind of corrupted looking Nephilim, And so people will say, well, which came first, the Bigfoot or the Dogman? Well, these are, if you break it down into our language, it's a Dogman changing into a Bigfoot, not the other way around. Because we're as humans, we're so quick to say, well, we're the epitome of creation. So these things have to be, they have to have been, come from a human-like form. But I don't know if that's necessarily true. So that's the elemental. That's the element there. That's no pun intended, but the elemental. That's what this thing is, or what it was, or what it did. And these wells, they tend to come from the inner earth. They could be an entire species of being that are subnatured. They're in between angelic and human. And they still exist. Some of them in a physical form, some of them are metaphysical and can move back and forth. So if that clears that up. So let's see. Dollar Bill, you were here first. Well, Saber, I guess, James, you were here first, but you're always here, James. So Sean and James, let me Dollar, you tell it what you got to tell, and then we'll get to Josh Casto. Casto, welcome to the show for the first time. So Dollar, you wanna jump in, or it looks like you're driving there? I don't know if you can hear me or not. Well, okay. So, anyways, Josh, you want to go ahead? I like your shirt, by the way. That's nice green.
Oh yeah. That's a good shirt. I love it.
So, Josh, go ahead and tell us what you got to tell us, man.
Well, I got a ghost story that was told to me by my grandma and my aunt. My mom and my uncle, they all clarify it. And yeah, it's kind of a crazy story. I mean, it blew my mind when they told me about it, and I kind of grew up on the story.
Mm-hmm.
But my aunt used to see a lady in a white dress, kind of typical, but the lady in the white dress would come down the hallway every night. And my aunt, she'd wake up in the middle of the night needing to go to the bathroom. Nope, she wouldn't go out of there.
Did it look like a wedding dress, or what was it?
I don't know. They just told me it was like a white dress. I'd have to ask my aunt again, and she's not too close to me right now, but all I know is it was like a white dress, but she'd pee the bed every night because that lady would be coming down the hallway. My grandpa, back in the day, he wasn't the best type of person, so he would kind of go off on her, and he was an alcoholic, and he would unleash it. But
Oh no, that's terrible.
one night, she decided, no, screw this. I'm not dealing with this anymore. So she said she got up that night, went out there. The lady was coming down the hallway. She went straight through it. She said it was like stepping into a deep freeze, passing through it. And she said after that, she was good, because I'm sure it was pretty terrifying, but
So after she walked through, the woman in the white dress, she never saw it again, or she was just never afraid of it again?
I never asked her that, but I'm thinking she just wasn't never afraid of it again.
Interesting.
Well, that's a good thing. I mean,
they had another entity in that house that stayed in my grandma and grandpa's closet, which my aunt and my uncle both saw. They said it looked like a demon. That's the only thing they could come up with, was it looked like a demon.
What does a demon look like, though, to them? Like, what did they say?
You got me. I don't know.
It's like just your stereotypical demonic entity. We don't really.
Right. I mean, red eyes. That's basically what they told me. It had red eyes, and it was always in that closet. And anytime my grandma went close to that closet, she told me that she just felt evil. Just pure evil. And one year, the last year they lived in that house, they went to California. I mean, we're in Oklahoma. And they went to California. And while they were out there visiting family, the house burnt down. And the fire department told them that the fire started in that closet.
Maybe there's a fire elemental in there.
Something, yeah, for sure.
What part of Oklahoma?
That was in Henrietta, Oklahoma.
Oh, Henrietta. That's where Troy Aikman is from.
Yes.
Yep, Henrietta.
I have some autographs from him that my aunt got me.
I met Troy Aikman here in Austin when they used to do training camp at St. Edwards. So that was cool.
Yeah, my aunt used to be neighbors with his sister, I think it was.
Yeah, they had a farm over there in Oklahoma. He's originally from California, but they moved out to Oklahoma and decided to be, just buy a homestead. And his dad decided to just be a farmer. It just decided it. It's crazy. Crazy story. And then he said he hated it. So that was one of the reasons why he tried so hard to play football, because he didn't want to have to grow up stay out there.
Yeah.
He's like, it's either that or work at Walmart. So he decided to be a ball player.
Right.
I mean, not a whole lot there in Henrietta. I mean,
yeah.
Did the FC win today? I don't even know. I'm wearing their hat today.
I don't know.
I know
they played.
I only follow them just because they're the local, professional soccer team.
Yeah.
I'm about 15 minutes from Henrietta.
Wow. So that in that area too, I mean, you live in Tornado Alley.
Oh yeah, for
It's
sure.
bad tornadoes there. If you go into a store there in that
Mhm.
area, like if you, from even Oklahoma City, you go to Oklahoma City,
Mhm.
and you walk into, we were in a boot store, like where cowboy boots, clothing, Western wear, stuff like that. And they had an area like tornado zone
Yeah.
where you were, if a tornado comes,
like a
you,
safe
you
box
can go
area.
through there. Yeah. All the stores have them. And not in Texas, you don't see that unless you're up in North Texas in that weird corridor, Northwest Texas.
Mhm.
But in Oklahoma, it's all over. Like, Under Fire says farming can be hard, but a good, honest living. Yeah, I come from a long line of farmers and ranchers. I would say they're kind of, what would you say, Anthony? More hybrids. They all have cattle, but they also have farms.
Yeah.
They're
Well, yeah,
all,
Under Fire is me. But yeah, I agree. I love farmers. Tons of good people I've met who are farmers.
yeah. My dad's family and some of my mom's family, they're all farmers and ranchers, or both. Let's put it that way. They all farm, and they all have cattle. One of my cousins has a lot of Charlemagne cattle right now.
Oh,
Charlemagne bulls. I was thinking about buying one because we need one to produce some calves. So I'm going to build a channel, guys. I wanted to tell everybody this. And it's going to be called Adult Time, but that sounds like I was going to call it Adult. That sounds
Yeah,
like
it sounds kind of like
sounds like
something. Yeah, Adult Time.
yeah, it sounds like Paranormal After Dark. Yeah. Are you lonely? Talk to Josh Turner and the gang as they entertain you. So that didn't sound right. So I thought Adult Time sounds really goofy. So then I thought it through, and I said, you know what, we're going to call it Adulting 101, or we're going to call it How to Be an Adult. And we're going to talk about a lot of different things. We're going to have a bunch of different scenarios. And one of the things, Lakota says adult guy time. Nope.
Oh my!
Call it grow up.
Yeah, call it grow up. No, but see, here we go. So, anyways, I was thinking about calling it something like that, and just in talking about everything under the sun, including like about the different types of cattle and what they're. So, just to give you a quick teaser, it would be something like this: I'm going to buy some cattle. I would love to buy a Brahma, but those things are super expensive. So I know Angus are also a very highly prized type of cattle, but I'm going to tell you something else. The Brangus, which is in between a Brahma and an Angus, right? So that seems to be the answer. Well, the reason that the Brahma here in Texas is so prized because guess what country it comes from originally?
India.
And it is super hot there. And so it is named after the Brahmin priests or the Brahmin class, which is the priesthood, right? And so they are highly prized. They have that big hump on their back, which keeps them full of water. But
Cattle cow.
yeah, it is a really good animal. Very hardy. But then when you take that cow and you breed it with an Angus, you get a Brangus. The problem, though, is with mama cows of Brangus breed, which is a hybrid breed, they are really, really super overprotective of their babies. And they will attack you if you try to go and, so they can be a real big pain in the ass. And really be a pain in the ass and trying to deal with. So just something like that, like explaining to people, and when we get our cattle, explaining why you chose that particular cow or that particular breed, because they all have their drawbacks and they all have their upside. And then the same with roosters and chickens. People they think that everything is just the same. A cow's a cow, a chicken's a chicken. That's city folk think that because they don't know.
Yep.
They don't know. Then that's the problem. I mean, and they'll look at a dairy cow and go, "Oh, it's a shame. Those are going to turn into Big Macs." No, they're not. That's going to keep on producing milk. That's what we do. Jersey cows are the ones people think of when you think of a milk cow, but they live horrible lives inside of those, whatever. I don't really like beef per se, but it is going to be something that we may have to start doing. Is to have our own type of animal, like cattle, sheep, goats, because we can't trust our food source. I'm sorry, folks. I hate to tell you that.
Yeah.
And you don't even know what you're eating when you eat a fast food hamburger. I'm gonna tell
Exactly.
Yeah, I've cut that off.
maybe
Oh, yeah.
40
Yeah,
different
both
cows.
different
If you're lucky, you'll go and eat 40 different cows from a one quarter ounce patty. And if you're not lucky, you might end up eating human flesh. I said that, yes, and probably. And then people are like, I don't believe that. Well, don't believe it. And keep breathing through your mouth, too. I don't care. Whatever you got to do. But that's pretty much it. Crystal Borgman says something here. She said, I used to have a 5,000-pound bull. I could call him like a dog or his head rub a tree. They're huge.
Yeah.
You raise a bull from a baby,
Mhm.
from a calf, and you spend time with them, they can be as sweet as it can be, but they will instantly kill someone else.
No.
Yeah.
I'm not joking.
Oh,
They're
yeah.
like one or two people, all right, but they're mean as all hell to a person they don't know. And they're good to have in a pasture to keep the calves or the cows, but if they're not in there with the cows, and then once the calves are born, they're not necessarily nice to the calves. So you got to be careful with that. And then you got to separate them, and then you can't have two bulls in the same unless they were raised together. And even then it's kind of dicey, but you could actually get another animal that could help protect your livestock. Does anybody know what that is?
Donkey.
Yeah, there you go.
Exactly.
Big brain
Yep.
on Brad.
Yep.
Dollar bill, y'all. Dollar bill.
Yeehaw.
Yes. That donkey will kick the living shit out of a coyote.
They don't like dogs, period.
Period. No, they do not. And I've had a couple stories of donkeys actually taking on Dogman. Now, sadly, they don't tend to survive it, but they do try. And they have given people enough time to make their exit. I have a really sad one out of California where a donkey did just that. It saved a woman's life from something that looked like a wolf-like being. I got a guy who's going to talk on the show on either Monday or Wednesday about these things running around, and they were chasing a coyote. But that's kind of what happened. These things came into the pasture chasing a coyote, and the coyote got away, and they just decided to go for the livestock. And then this woman was out there with them, and the donkey ended up protecting her, but it gave its life. It says, don't put donkeys with goats. Now, Valerie, that is good advice unless they're raised together. I've seen donkeys and goats get along great, just fine, as long as they know each other. Now, if you introduce a new animal to a full-grown donkey, that could be a problem. So, Dollar Bill, if you can hear me now, do you want to go ahead and tell your story?
I have a few. One is from my mom. After watching me on the show, a couple weeks ago, she watched that episode. She told me a story about when she was a kid. Her story begins that her grandma had just died. It's got
the radio down.
Can you turn the radio off?
Yeah, sure. All right, there. There, got it down on 4. I can still hear them. You won't hear them. Anyways, she said her grandmother had just died. And it was after the funeral, and they were having the wake somewhere else. But the kids, they didn't want to go. So they stayed. They were like, oh, okay, yeah, you 12-year-olds can stay home by yourself.
That sounds like my parents.
70s. Got to remember, this is the 70s.
Well, 80s here, but I was born in the 70s.
Yeah.
Because they just let me alone all the time. They were just like, don't burn the house.
Mine did too.
Latchkey, man. They didn't care.
I grew up with Gen X parents, so.
Because that's how we were raised.
Yeah.
I mean, they told you don't burn the house down. That was it.
Yeah. Don't use the stove. Use the microwave.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's it.
So they were there. They were playing some board games, and it started storming, and it got worse and worse. And the lights went out. They started flickering, and they came back on. But my mom is sitting there. They're sitting by the staircase, and it starts lightning. And there's about 5 of them, and all of them have collaborated. Well, not collaborated, but swear to this because they all saw this. They saw my mom's. They saw their grandmother on the top of the stairs, and she had died a week before
Hold
her
on
funeral.
1 second. Hold on 1 second. I want to say something here. Let me have this. Mac 10 ASMR. Okay, I'm gonna ban you permanently. You're not allowed on here now. This so everybody knows this guy's probably gonna go and join up with the enemy and go, he's a piece of shit. No, okay, you are, because you're sitting here attacking people in my chat, dude. Okay, and it's funny you have Mac 10. I used to have a Mac 11, but anyways, Mac
I had
10,
a Big Mac.
Mac 10 is like, yeah, you're gone, buddy. I will see you later. Ban user and delete their comments. There you go. Goodbye. You want to watch the show, you can watch it, but you're not going to comment.
Mhm.
Go make
I
another
think he
account.
said okay.
Yeah, he said, okay, good. He knows that he's a turd.
Go rub Q-tips on a microphone. Go. So they're sitting there and they look up the stairs and they see their grandmother. So it'd be my great grandmother. She's standing right there at the top of the stairs.
Wow.
And they said, and it was flashing lightning. They said, and all of a sudden, they blink. She was gone. Now, I tend to believe in familiar spirits.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? They like to. They're not. None of them are good. They like to show up as family members. They like to show up as other things. They want to come at you as something comforting. But when you start letting your guard down, that's when crap starts to happen.
And they can never do it perfectly.
Right.
Now, and the thing is, she saw my grandma, but she was too tall. Because evidently my great-grandmother was a short woman.
Mm-hmm.
This was way too tall to be her. And of course, they screamed and they all ran out of the house. So let's just say that spirit was not able to become familiar with them at that point.
And you know, it says to test the spirits. There are, to me, the quickest way to test a spirit is, in the name of Jesus, I rebuke you. And that's the quickest test right there, because those who aren't in Christ, they don't understand. I mean, they're going to learn real quick eventually that that's the way you test the spirit. If you test it and you cast it out, I mean, in the name of Christ. Now, it's not going to do anything if you are, you know, if it's not evil. I could scream at a person that's, you know, in Christ all day long, and the name of Christ is not going to bind them, you know, because they're not evil. They're not bad. So that's the quickest test right there. Because people will say, well, how do you test them? You don't give them a pop quiz. I mean, because
multiple choice.
People will say things like that. Though.
True
We
or
had
false.
some lady get this dollar. This woman, she told me and Anthony and Tony. She's like, "Well, I started questioning the spirit was the foot of my bed, and I was like, what was my aunt's maiden name and all this stuff, you know?" And I'm like, "How is that? My great aunt's maiden name?"
If they're a familiar spirit, they're going to know.
Yeah, they're going to know this because, and the reason because you can't hide the third dimension from the fourth dimension, just like you can't hide the second dimension from the third dimension. So on and so forth. So you're sitting there going like, okay, that's not going to work because they're going to know this already. Yeah.
Like I said, everybody's got a guardian angel, but they also got that one unclean spirit that's going to follow you from a distance to watch you and to see what can cause you to stumble and fall. Especially Christians. They really like to do that to them. Now, this one, I thought I'd never talk about this. I went to church on Wednesday, and I told one of the guys at my church about your show. And I said, you know, they have an open line. They do an open line show now on Saturdays. You tell your story. He's like, I don't want to go on there. I'm like, okay. And this is a werewolf story that he told me. Now, I don't know how much validity it has. I don't know. I mean, I've known the guy for a long time at my church.
Do you have a lot of stories? Are they a lot of them? Is there?
He gave me one.
Okay.
He is a former missionary, and they were in Colorado, and they were going to like different reservations. Okay, out in the western area out there.
Yeah.
What he told me, I don't know. But there were some people that were at this reservation that were none too happy that they were there. And he had to go away for a meeting. And his wife and his daughter were left at the house by themselves. Now, this particular house was used to, house missionaries and stuff like that. And they were, excuse me. She told him that, how did he say this? Oh, that's right. He came back to the house and his wife told him this story that they started hearing this thumping going on the outside. And she looked out the window and she saw this humongous shape outside. And she says it looked like it had horns. And she saw that it had the atypical back bent feet, like a werewolf would have or whatever. And she said that it kept on trying to get into the house, but because this house had the blood of Jesus pled all the time over it, it couldn't get in. And he firmly believes that that's the reason why it couldn't get into the house.
Yeah, that is pleading the blood of Jesus over your house, your things, the people that live there, your pets, everything. It's very important. It's something that I do. I would strongly suggest that to anyone. But you also have to know this too. When one of these, and it depends on what kind of being this was, and if it is an actual true werewolf, the entry point for them into a house is almost like vampires. They have to be invited in, but it can be a mental thing because something can knock on the door, and if you're thinking in your mind, oh, okay, let me go let this thing in, person, whatever, you don't know, you've already mentally gave it permission. And they key in on that because I learned a lot from talking to these people that were former whatever. Now, here's one of the things that I was going to tell everybody too. There's somebody who's claiming that they contacted me and they said, I want to tell our side of the story, which I guess they're still involved.
Oh.
And I was like, I don't think I want to do that because I don't want to give them an opening. But I'm kind of caught between, I don't know, it's like, we want to hear what they have to say. Do we? Or do we just, say we're not going to entertain that? Because who knows what they're going to say, because the people that are the former members say that they're all liars.
Mm-hmm.
So anything they say is going to be twisted and turned.
Yeah.
But I mean, by the same token, we know people that are full of shit, liars too. They're all run rampant in this community. I mean, they just make up some shit, and then you get mad when you don't believe them. I was there with my Amish family, and got attacked in the RV, and then the next thing you know,
little fairy came by and gave me a wish.
Buy my story for $10,000.
Buy my story. Oh, you don't believe me? Well, you know what? I'm going to make videos for the next 3 years about you. You son of a bitch.
Evil does have a nature of exposing itself and betraying itself.
What now, Sean?
Evil does have a nature of betraying itself or exposing itself through actions.
Mm-hmm.
Something to take a lot of prey on it.
It's evil has no loyalty.
Yeah.
It has no loyalty by its own nature. This is why people say, well, there's demons. They're all just demons. They're all the same, whatever. No, that's not the way to look at this, because if once you realize what they are, you start to understand that it's in your best interest to know what you're dealing with, what they are, because they don't all play together. They will actually eat each other.
Yeah.
Like if you think what's going on below and above ground up here is bad, like lions and gazelle and whatnot, imagine what's going on down below.
I was told this and this is a guy who's a former witch, warlock, who goes to my church now. He says that the other side, that side, is a lot like the mob.
Oh yeah.
They like to cut each other down, try who could get higher than the other. They do it all the time. Evil cannot work together. Evil cannot cohabitate with itself because they're all lying sacks of crap.
Yeah. And they always will turn on somebody who's doing better than them. They just they cannot stand it. It just, and I know gangsters from back in the day, and there was never really any loyalty for someone else who was in another faction. They'd be like, oh yeah, cool, whatever. But immediately they're starting to plot on how they're going to get rid of that person because that person is doing better than them.
No honor amongst thieves.
Yeah, and that's how it is in this field too. But security field is that way, and it was that way in the nightclub business, and it's that way here too.
Oh, I work security. I know.
They're all little cutthroat backstabbers.
Yeah.
They'll tattle on you in a heartbeat and try to get you in trouble.
Oh Lord, I used to work in a Section 8 project. Trust me, they all wanted me out of there because I wasn't a nice person to them.
Yeah. Well, you got to give respect to get respect. I mean,
I know they weren't giving me none.
Yeah, they're not going to. And then another company comes along, and what they do, they try to undermine you, and they'll lie and do whatever. This isn't my first rodeo. They act like, I've been in this forever. The way people are. You give them everything, and they still bite you. Doesn't matter. I was just reading over some messages today from another podcaster that said horrible things to me while I was helping him, and I just found that out today, and I'm like, wow.
Well, the more you give to people, the more they begin to expect it, and then the more resentful they get. It's like you owe me this certain level of generosity that you started out with, and now you're giving me less. So you're the problem, not my sense of entitlement.
All right,
just made that
for my rituals.
Evil cannot pass on taking advantage of being opportunistic.
Yeah, that's good.
What were you saying, Saber? You were saying something?
After I've been doing, as I'm doing more of my rituals, I'm getting some really cool results. I was
kind of hard to hear you.
Forest.
You sound really muffled.
Not now. My mic's pretty. There we go. It was pretty far. I was walking through the woods lately and got some cool imagery of
what in the hell is that?
Really, the trees. I can kind of see almost a bear-like face formed in this fog.
Oh, dude! What in the hell? What? How are you? What is that?
There was a fog in front of me as I was walking and speaking with the demonic, and that was imaged by me with the camera.
The look on Dollar Bill's face.
So, it's a good shot.
Hang on. Yeah. Never mind.
Yikes.
I've seen a shadow wandering around the house again. Typically, I'll do a ritual and it's some form of entity that will appear.
Yeah, you might need to bring your mic closer.
I can't hear you. I can't hear you, James.
Either bring it closer or turn your volume up, and either on the mic or in OBS, whatever it is that you're using.
Is this better?
Not really. Right up to it. It sounds kind of muffled.
Yeah.
All right. I'll try to turn it up.
Hopefully it's not.
That should be a lot.
Maybe you got to move closer like this.
That should be a lot louder.
But you got to press your face right up against the camera.
All right. How's this?
We should see the inside of your skull. You should be so close.
Does it sound good? How's this?
My mic sound good?
Yeah, your mic sounds fine.
I am Adolf Hitler, leader of the Third Reich. Little known fact, also dope on the mic.
Guten Tag, Fräulein.
You know I'm evil.
All right, how about now? If not, I guess I'll have to restart it.
Yeah, maybe you have to get out and come back in and say, I have a couple questions for you.
Oh, great. Now they're all going to think you're Hitler reincarnated now. Oh, Lord.
Joseph Stalin, Adolf Hitler, and Trump all mixed together.
Yeah, he's talking about that stuff though. I gotta get you. I've edited the film, my voice out of it, but I filmed one of these dogmen with glowing fucking eyes. Sorry, my language. Looking at me from out of the forest.
How dare you come on and cuss in my fucking chat? What the hell's wrong with you?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have cussed.
This fucking guy. You come on and cuss in my shit? What are you doing? What's wrong with you?
Really?
Yeah, boys from Brazil is no joke. Yeah. That's a real thing. What people don't understand is that evil comes in all forms. When I said yesterday, I said something, I was like, there are people who are actually Jewish who want Israel to be destroyed. I'm not joking. Just like there are Arabs that want to see the Palestinians be destroyed. I mean, some people just want to see the world burn. They don't need a reason.
Yep.
One of the evilest people I ever knew, he admitted to me and my brother all kinds of crazy shit at dinner. He was just there. And he told us, he said, I just enjoy doing evil. And I'm like, what the hell? Because,
Can you toss me one of those?
Mm-hmm. It was back in the day. Here. You want one, Tony? It doesn't matter what kind. Yeah. If y'all want a different kind, I got all kinds.
I want some.
You want that one? So, he just enjoyed watching the world burn. And you're like, why? And he's just like, I'm evil. And I'm like, why am I sitting here at dinner with this guy?
Yeah.
Well,
Get out of my house.
Yeah, well, it wasn't my house. We were at a restaurant.
Oh.
But it was because back then, if you're around that kind of element, that's what happens.
Lord. We had at my church years ago, she said she was a former witch. Former.
At your church? Okay.
At my church. At my church.
Yeah.
And this was in like the late 80s. She no longer goes there, but she caused a lot of problems and turmoil and divisions in our church, which all that's gone now.
It's funny how you said which all that's gone.
But yeah, she said she was a former witch.
Mm-hmm.
But I think she was like one of those people that comes into a church and just wants to cause trouble. Lies about being a Christian, lies about this, lies about that. And the thing is, I'm not saying Christians can be naive. I'm certainly not. But you got those people that was like, oh, I'll take your word for it. I don't take anybody's word for anything. You got to show your fruits, as I always say.
Mm-hmm.
And what she did was anything and everything that was popular or the kids liked, it was evil. Don't let your kids watch that show. Don't let you do this. Don't let you do that. She literally told people that the Care Bears were demonic.
Wow. This is funny because there's a parallel to this. My mom's friend tried to convince my mom. She sold Tupperware. You remember Tupperware? You probably too.
Yeah.
Okay,
Tupperware parties.
My mom sold Tupperware party, and she had this woman named Yvonne. And I hated this woman. I don't hate, but as a kid, I couldn't stand her.
You despised her.
She was like, oh, mijo, you shouldn't be watching. And she'd say it in Spanish, but I'll say it in English, Roy. But she would be like, don't be watching that awful Thundercats on the television. Don't be looking at the Smurfs. And I'm like, what in the? I hated that woman. I told my mom, I said, this is mentirosa. She's lying. She's just saying that because she wants to ruin my fun as a child.
Well, when it came to the Thundercats, she did you a favor. I hated that show.
Yeah.
They were so ugly.
I never got to watch it, so I wouldn't know. My mom's like, oh, okay, yeah. Dos míos. You can't watch that. It's bad, And I'm like, what the freaking? But I can watch He-Man.
Yeah, it's the same thing.
Same thing. But my mom was like, but He-Man, like, boy, guapo. Boy, guapo. He's a good-looking guy.
He's showing his muscles, and he's not a cat man.
Yeah, she was like, he's a normal guy. The other ones are ugly demons. And I said, He-Man's fighting the demons. And she's like, yeah, but they're fighting the demons. She thought that the cat people were like demons because that lady told her that.
They look like them. They're hideous.
Well, I should have been allowed to be the judge of that. My 8-year-old self should have been able to judge that.
She also said that Transformers were evil.
Well, that lady did?
Yes.
She's still around? Where is she at?
Oh, no, she's gone. I don't even think she's alive anymore.
slap her with my tiny.
But the one person that got affected the most by her was my cousin, who I call my aunt because she's so much older than me, and that my mom believed my aunt, but then my mom says, you know what? I'm going to research this. I'm going to watch these shows. I'm going to say and see if they're okay. So she started watching He-Man and Thundercats and Transformers and all that, and she's like, I see nothing wrong with any of these shows whatsoever.
The church school that I went to when I was a kid, one of the kids that I went to, his name was Scott, and his mother was so taken in by all of that, nonsense, that I was there at his house and I had to witness him getting spanked because he watched, the old 70s Batman with what's his name?
Adam West.
Adam West. I'm Batman, that guy.
Yeah.
We were watching it, and it was just, I think it was like on Nickelodeon or something. It was like, so they used to have, like,
they used to have it on Nick at Night.
Nick at Night, yeah. So we were watching it, and she's like, Scott, come here. And then I hear him getting spanked, and I'm like, whoa. And then she comes in and turns the TV off, and she's like, we don't watch that stuff here. And I'm like, well, what can we watch? And she's like, this time of night, nothing. And I'm like, wow. So then she calls my mom, and she's like, well,
I'll be back in a little bit.
Your son claims that he watched. Yeah, we'll talk to you. And he's like, your son claims that he watches Batman and he watches, Twilight Zone and all this stuff. So my mom had this real weird, like, selective whatever. She didn't take away the Smurfs because your mother, Anthony, and of course my other sister and everybody, we all complained. If you'd have taken away the Smurfs, we'd have had some problems. So because we had Smurfberry Crunch cereal. There was a cereal called Smurfberry Crunch. It was called, and it was like, Smurfberry Crunch is fun to eat. It's a delicious breakfast treat. And Gargamel was on the cover, like, with his cat, Azrael. And the name Azrael is actually an infernal name, which is, but it's messed up because, the Smurfs, they were the good guys, but really what they were fae, is what they were.
Well,
and they were living in mushrooms that they were probably eating their own houses. And they were just high as hell. And Gargamel was probably not even real. He was just some figment of their imagination. So you had this weirdness going on, but my mother was like, okay, that's okay. Snork's okay. Thundercats, no, not doing that. But then Scott's mom was crazy because she told her that I should not be watching Batman. Whatever, And then I remember when we got older, we were like in high school, and I remember Scott and me were living in two different towns, but we were still friends. And I told him, I was joking after a football game, and we're in the middle of the field, and I said, did your mom let you read comic books yet? And he goes, I do what I want now, dude. He was like smoking pot and drinking and whatever because his mother was so overbearing that by the time he was 16, he was already doing all kinds of stuff. So, your parents can push the children into a direction of darkness by being too, over officiating, Do you need to go, Josh? Or do you want to jump off?
I'm good. I mean,
okay.
The purple Smurfs used to freak me out.
Yeah. What is that? I remember there was like a
evil Smurfs or whatever?
No, yeah. Was that what it was?
I guess so. I mean, they weren't really evil. I think like they rehabilitated.
Oh, they were evil. They were evil.
Purple.
They were evil.
That would make sense because blue would be like a cooling, like a good color, and then the red is like a dynamic kind of active color. And so you would add the red, the anger, into the blue, and it would make purple. Kind of like Mace Windu on Star Wars. He's purple. He can go into the darkness and come back out. But you got to be real careful with all that stuff. You got to be real careful. So let me bring on Unaverage Joe. He's been waiting in the wings here. Joe, what do you got for us?
Are you there?
Yeah, we're here.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so when I was down in Peru and I was participating in some ayahuasca ceremonies, I was chatting with the shaman, and she was a female shaman. And this chat took place down by one of the rivers, and it was called the Rio Nanai. And what she told me was she does not venture any more than ankle deep into the water. And the reason is because when she was a child, she had seen some sort of like creature basically come out of the water.
Mhm.
And the way she described it was initially she saw what looked like translucent spaghetti flowing in the water but staying in place, and basically that was her hair. Then she said slowly the entity started to rise out of the water, and that's when she saw the head and the upper torso. And according to her, she said it was very hideous. It had sharp teeth, very ugly eyes. It was just hideous. Over there in South America, in that particular region, they call those sirenas or a siren.
Mhm.
So, you
Jeez.
know, that would be like the equivalent of what they call mermaids, in
Yep.
the oceans. But the other interesting story she told me that relates to that particular area, well, just the whole Amazon. Um, well, let me be specific, more to the regions that have pink dolphins. And I actually got to see a pink dolphin. That was really cool. But what she said was pink dolphins will can transform. Well, certain ones can transform into humans. And what they do is they would come out at nighttime and they would leave the river to go join one of the parties that would be going on in one of the towns. And the way that you could tell that one of these entities was one of those dolphin human hybrids was you'd have to look at the feet. And on one of the feet, you would see that the toes are webbed. And that's how you could tell it was one of those particular entities. But as the story goes, these I guess basically a shapeshifter too, right? That's what they could be considered, like a shapeshifter. When they would come into those little towns and go into the little parties, they'd find somebody that they could lure out of the town and then get them close enough to the river. And then what they would do is basically kidnap them, take them under the water, but in some sort of process, by the kidnapping and taking them, the human does not transform into one of them, but will be able to breathe underwater. But the catch there is now you're a captive and you're forever a sex slave for them, and you're just breeding material at that point for them. That's it. Um, that's I'm sure there's many more jungle stories, but those are the two that were shared with me from the shaman.
Wow.
And now I'm going to switch sides over to here in New Mexico. I was recently reading a book in the library, and I know what I read, I know what I saw, and I went back looking for this book. I can't find it. It's so weird. I cannot find this book. But here's what I read. So there's an Indian reservation over here in New Mexico, northern New Mexico, and it's called the San Ildefonso Indian Reservation. Now, here on that reservation, they have what's called the Black Mesa, and it's basically this. It looks just like a miniature mesa, but it's sticking out of the ground about a good, oh gosh, I don't know, maybe a couple thousand feet or 1,000 feet.
Mhm.
I'm guessing something like that. Um, not too huge, but it's still pretty big. And anyways, this Black Mesa is completely cut off by the Indian reservation. There's no access to it whatsoever. If you try getting close to it, they'll come and chase you down. But what I read in this book was way, 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 way back, uh, during the time when I guess giants, right, apparently still existed. There was a giant that lived inside of this mesa. And every so often, this giant would venture out to come and take people to eat. Um, the story goes that one day the tribe plotted an attack against the giant for the very next time he was to come out. And they were successful on the attack and they killed the giant. What happened to the bones? It didn't say, or the body? It didn't say. But it did say something very interesting that I found peculiar. It said, inside of the Black Mesa, besides finding a bunch of, human remains, there was an underground cavern system. And this system went all the way up to where modern day Dulce is. It went to a place called Chimayo, New Mexico, which is this really it's a small little town that's about a good 40 miles away from the Black Mesa. Um, and then I don't know if you all knew this, but Los Alamos, right, used to belong to an Indian reservation, the Santa. I believe it's also either the San Ildefonso or the Santa Clara Indian reservation. But originally, that place was inhabited by those Native Americans. They got kicked out by the government, but to make their little secret city there. But what was interesting is that apparently there was a cavern system, again, pre-existing, right? That went from that Black Mesa also to the location of Los Alamos. Now, I don't really have any friends from the San Ildefonso Pueblo that I could speak to, but I do know some people from there. I just haven't yet to bump into them recently.
So let me ask you a question about
yeah.
the Black Mesa. Okay, so if anybody that doesn't know what that is, I'm going to explain to you a little bit about it. If this is what you're talking about, this is a place that it's in New Mexico, Colorado, and Oklahoma, right? It encompasses all three states.
This is I know which one you're talking about. That's the big one. Yeah, that's the main one. The one I'm talking about is kind of lesser known. It's a really small little mesa, and it's
Okay,
right.
so this isn't attached. This isn't the one
No.
that is in between three states.
No. This
Because there's
one's
a lot of legends about that one too. Are you aware of that, of the Black Mesa?
I've heard of that one, and I have seen the books in the library talking about that one. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of weird stories about that too. The Apaches that lived in that area, very similar. What you're talking about. That's what I thought you were talking about. The story of a giant, that there were giants. The giants never went anywhere. They're still here under the Euphrates. There's a whole bunch of them. I know that sounds crazy when I say this. I'm going to tell you this too. They're also on the island of Malta, and another place they are is in what's it called? The one we read about, the islands, Solomon Islands.
Oh yeah, definitely.
There are a lot of stories of the giants in those places. Those are just openings. There's a story of a guy that we're going to do on one of the podcast episodes. Probably it's coming. Maybe we could do it for this coming Tuesday. Who walked on the word of a fallen angel. He followed this. If only this guy would have had Christ, but he was held captive for he says at least 3 years in the inner earth, in the middle of Australia, in an upside down black pyramidal type thing. This guy walked, he walked from I think Canberra or something like that, and he just walked. And these beings gave him water and sustenance and kept him going. It's a very, very eerie, creepy tale. I also had a story of a guy named Isbin who actually claims that he walked across the Forbidden Quarter, that he went across it. He crossed it. This is what
Wow.
he claims. Like I said, I don't know these people or, whatever. One of these dipshits recently said that somebody gave me a story and I claimed on there that I talked to him on the phone. No, I did not, because I've never claimed to talk to somebody on the phone that I did not talk to. I'd be interested to hear your story, pal, or whatever it is you said you got by me or scammed me with. Because when it comes to those long, drawn out, whatever, I need to talk to that person. It can't just be something you type out, because you're not going to get an hour's worth of whatever from somebody just typing 4 paragraphs of a story. Then you go back and forth or whatever. You need to actually hear them tell it. That's how this works. People will say anything to make money or whatever it is. And see, now we've alleviated ourselves because we're not taking donations. You haven't seen any donations come across that screen, because guess what? I don't need it. The rest of them shitheads need it. That's why. So now that they can shut the F up. I just don't want them to sanction me with their armies. Oh, wait, you don't have an army. Oh, maybe you should shut the fuck up. So that's it. I mean, but that's what we're doing, And they're like, oh, he's only got 285 people in there. He's dying. He's a failing podcaster. Watch what happens tomorrow. Okay.
Well,
this is Saturday.
We also have like 100. I think we have about 100 people on Rumble right now simultaneously.
Yeah.
Too.
So that's the funny thing. They're always claiming victory. They're like, yeah, he knocked out my right eye. And yeah, my arm is gone. I don't have my left arm anymore. But yeah, I totally kicked his ass. Yeah, his fists are completely bloody.
I am leading, making me the victor.
His knuckles, you should see him. His knuckles and his shins are just all bloody and messed up. I don't have a kidney anymore. It fell out of my asshole, but yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and go inside and take a nap. I'm okay. You're like, you're bleeding from your ears. No, that's a good sign. That's a good thing. I'm letting the blood come out. I'm gonna get a transfusion later from my dad. I'm good. Thank you. Like, damn, he really kicked the shit out of Wolf. I'm glad he did it. I'm glad he fought him. You're doing good. But yeah, that's kind of what's happening. I mean, it's and they're claiming victory after victory. So many people are coming to us. There's so much room for activities. It's like, wow, they're just pouring in to destroy us. It's
hey, Josh.
I'm terrified. But anyway,
hey, Josh,
Joe, go ahead.
I got a question for you.
The mesa that you're talking about, you said it was a small one in New Mexico, right?
Yeah, it is. It is.
Have you been there?
I have. I mean, not up to it, but I've been to that Indian reservation.
Well, you ain't even been up to it, dude.
Well, because if you heard me say, they don't let you get next to it. They will chase
That's
you
why you
down
break the law,
immediately.
Dude. What are we doing here? This is outlaw paranormal, bro. You get up there. You better be taking something and getting up there.
Well, if you know how Native Americans are, they can confiscate your entire vehicle. I don't want to chance that.
Dude. You drive in a hurry, bro, and then you come out blasting. The giant wants some. You know what I'm saying? Like,
a little switch of topic though. Are you're familiar, obviously, with spirit orbs, right?
Spirit orbs?
Yeah. Okay. How would you differentiate between those and directed energy weapons?
I guess they could be one and the same if you were able to harness the energy. Tesla believed that electricity was like a living thing. I mean, look at his writings. Well, of course, they stole a lot of it. They stole it, but there are a lot of people who claim that they have. Well, okay, I'm going to say this. This is going to sound weird, but there are remote viewers who claim that they saw, like, Tesla's work, what he was doing. It is a very weird thing. When you think about electricity, it can do things that are bizarre. My dad was an electrician for years, and he always said, you better respect it because it'll kill you dead. And my dad said this one time. He just straight up told me this, and he's no esoteric type person at all. But he said electricity is like a living thing.
Yeah.
It's like it's its mind of its own.
Well, you know what? I have this very, very compelling video of these either orbs or directed energy weapons. I don't know what they are, but it is on my YouTube channel if you're interested in checking it out, because it's super bizarre. I have no idea what they are.
Orbs are one of those things that are very okay. Look at the color. I would say not really the color of this shirt, but the color of Josh's shirt. Josh, show the audience that shirt right there. Okay, you get the. He's like showing the bottom. There you go, folks. Check out my abs. So Josh's shirt there is kind of indicative of that color that you will get that color of the orbs that people talk about. They'll say it's kind of this sort of lime green kind of color, and that it glows, and this shit will chase people, dude. I mean, it's like you're like, what in the hell? There's so many stories that we get about these orbs, like acting like living things.
Yeah.
And ball lightning is something that we have, not we, I say, but our humanity has classified. The scientists have, one in Britain in particular, did a lot of work ball lightning. There was an area, you know what? This would be Joel Burgess. He's actually in the waiting in the wings there. But there was a guy who was from York who had actually talked about and seeing ball lightning on a regular basis near the moors. And he would see these what looked like beings inside of these like bubbles, and they would be floating around. And these beings looked not unlike little werewolf-looking creatures.
Yeah.
And when these bubbles would pop, they would fall out, and they would run around, and they'd be big. There was a lady in Louisiana that told us a story, which we told on the show, about seeing one of these things where the legs, remember that, Anthony and Tony? The legs were hanging out of it.
Yeah.
And it just kind of plopped out, and we were like, ugh. What I was like, and she was like, what did I say? I'm like, nothing. It's gross.
Perfectly normal.
Nothing. I want nothing.
Yeah.
Remember somewhere near Louisiana when the drugs began to take hold. I'm like, we can't stop here. This is backcountry. No, I look at these scenarios, and I think about these orbs, and I think, what if a lot of this energy that we're getting hit with one way or the other is just being delivered by some sort of actual being that's, I mean, what do you think is electromagnetic energy? I mean, that's what, like, okay, earlier Paul and Krista were on the show, and they were at that haunted location. And then Paul had a headache. What causes that? Now, I went to one of my friends he's from China. He's an acupuncturist. I've known him forever. His last, I like to mess with him. His last name is Wong. No shit.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm always like, if you're not Wong, you're right. Because we would argue about spirituality and esotericism and things like that. And he goes, you don't know what you're talking about. And I'll be like, dude, if you're not Wong, you're right. So I'm always right, man. But Wong, that was his last name. Wong would always he would crack me up, dude, because he was always like, I'm into all this spiritualism. I'm like, dude, your grandmother's from China. Stop acting like you're from there. I mean, like, you're from there, but you're not. You talk like me. You talk, talk like you're from Texas. Okay. But like, he lives in Houston, and we've been friends since we were young. And he was literally only one of like 3 Chinese kids that I knew growing up. Mm-hmm. And so he was very, like, he got real into Eastern medicine and things like that and holistic healing because he followed in his grandmother's footsteps. And he did acupuncture, and he would tell me that he would, like, when you stick the needles into certain pressure points and spots in your body, that he would see sparks come off of people. It's crazy. And then people would report seeing these things, like seeing like electricity or a pop, like go flying off of you. I mean, it proves that we are really just living antennas. We're electromagnetic energy rolled up into a water ball, covered by his skin. I mean, that's really what you are. I mean, and people can say whatever they want to say. They could be like, well, I don't believe it. I don't believe it. That's too bad. That's what it is. And then when it comes to these other creatures, these other beings, like these fourth dimensional entities, they're literally plasma. I mean, what is a smokeless flame? It's a plasma.
Yes, that's what it is.
Mm-hmm. And and so the woman that went to Petra, okay. Since then, we've gotten another guy who went to Petra, Peter from Petra. But this guy Peter went to Petra, and now he's told us he's an Austrian guy, and he says I was listening to that, and he goes, and I heard you talking about the Austrian. He's like, and then so he's like, I'm actually originally from Austria, but he left there when he was 3. But Peter was an interesting character. He's a very interesting character. He went to Petra, and he saw these balls of light, and they were blue and green balls of light, and they were clashing, banging off of each other, like there was a fight or something. Well, when I talked to Agnes, she had said something about a red ball of light that kept appearing at the foot of her bed. And then ultimately there was this shadow being that kind of, exuded out of it. What is that? I mean, you got to wonder, like, there's so much to this other side that we don't know. And the problem is that when people tell these somebody's encounters, they're not giving you any kind of scientific anything. They're not giving you any kind of historical anything. That's why I think we need to do a better job instead of just retelling people's encounters or having a person tell their encounters. When a person tells their encounters, you need to have something to give them. Mm-hmm. I mean, what the hell are we doing here?
I mean, even mythology. I mean, there's Dogman, for instance, has been in many cases of all kinds of different histories and mythologies.
Mm-hmm.
What you should have that kind of knowledge and bring that to the table. At the very least, I think.
Yeah. Yeah. And you don't get that. And instead, they want to just attack people who do. It's the cult of ignorance. I'm telling you, folks, it sounds like a broken record, but it really is, guys. It's the cult of ignorance. You have this cult of ignorance that is so pervasive in this community. It's palpable to the point where you can taste it. And I could spot it, too. I've been to conferences, and I can see who's there just to be a shithead, and who's there just to be aggrandizing. And when you go down that rabbit hole, there are people who aren't really interested in getting to the bottom of it. They don't care because that could end their meal ticket. Me personally, like I said before, I destroyed the meal ticket. I don't give a shit. Cortez burning the ships at the Tabascan coast, I don't care. We're here to learn, and it's not about here making money. Everybody's always talking about money. You're doing it for the money, whatever. Well, what's the excuse now? Because we're not doing it for the money. Now what? What can you say now? Come on, think of a lie, because you have nothing left, But I challenge my peers to do the same. Start doing it for the right reasons and not doing it for the money. Then they'll say, oh, well, in that case, I'll have to work and do other stuff, and I won't be able to do this. Really? Because I work 2 jobs when I do this, which kind of flies in the face of their bullshit lie that I'm sleeping all the time. Bullshit. Anybody who knows me, my wife has to, Anthony, you know this, Tony, you know this. She gets on to me all the time, makes me sleep like a child. She'll be like,
yeah,
time to go to bed. And I'll be
bedtime.
like, I don't want to go sleep. I got things to do. She's like, your blood pressure's going to get high. You need to go to bed. Okay, time to go night. And I'm like, okay. And then I wake up in 4 hours and I'm out in the playroom again, where I wear an adult diaper and I play with my Legos.
Depends.
Like one of those adult babies.
Yeah.
Oh, jeez.
Can you imagine me?
You're wearing like the little,
hey, I'm an adult baby.
wearing like the little like frilly baby hood thing that they wear.
Like
onesie.
Taking that poop in the giant diaper. You're like,
oh,
big old like cloth diaper just made out of a towel.
I'm gonna do that. I'm actually gonna. I don't give a shit. I don't get embarrassed like some people that get all embarrassed. I don't care. I'm gonna dress up like an adult baby and then roll around the ground. And then they're gonna be like, look at Josh Turner, look at what he's doing. He is a heretic. And I shit in my Depends.
Start flailing around on the ground when you don't get
Why
your
not?
way.
I mean, there's people gonna vote for a guy that shits in his pants. Why not me? Right?
Yeah.
Watch my show. I shit my pants. I mean, where's the Pope when you need him? You're like, Mr. Pope, I'm glad I fucked your wife, man. What the hell is going on? You said they're just like, it's a poopy round table. There you go, Tanya. These people that do this adult baby thing. I mean, like, dude, I could start smacking these people in the head and never stop. I mean, just keep on, because, I'm being an adult and you're going to roll around and shit on the floor. What the hell?
We live in a society.
It's like, I mean, and then I'm gonna eat something, and it's gonna come out the color of Josh's shirt right there. I'm gonna have it on there, and be like, "Hey, man, I like the salsa." That's all I gotta say. Sorry, folks. I'm sorry for being vulgar or crude or whatever. Saber, I forgot you're back.
Does it work now?
Yeah, it sounds good now. Hey, I have a question for you now. This is something that I got to know, and I need to know this. I don't know. I'm not a very judgmental person, but I need to ask you this question. What were you saying? You did a ritual? Did I hear
do
that?
them like nightly.
You do
day
rituals
and night.
nightly?
Day and night is a ritual. Like ritual just really means something you do, but when it comes to what I mean ritual, I don't even really do much. Every day I draw the magic circle. So, and to me, that's calling forth my own mental. The woman, she was talking about the being physically attuned, spiritually there, and mentally there, all of that. That's really the pinnacle of the magician. When you draw the magic circle, that's really what you're drawing. And I know people don't agree with me the way I say this, but I do call upon the forces of Yeshua ben Joseph, and then I, in the same instance, am calling upon Leviathan, Lucifer.
Yes, I was going to say, because a lot of people, that's Kabbalic, dude. I mean,
that is actually what I kind of practice is Kabbalah.
Okay, I was wondering if you were a Kabbalist, because when you do call upon and that name, then the flip side of that, which is that is the undercurrent, Leviathan. That's what I've been accused of doing, which I don't. So how did you? Let me ask you this. I'm not judging. Okay, I am a devout Christian. I'm a follower of Christ, but my fellow Christians don't look at me as a Christian. They look at me as an apostate and a heretic because I can read and write. Here's the thing, though.
Witchcraft.
Like, he's over there doing that witchcraft when he's with the crayons,
making them devil sigils, and it's just your signature.
He's like, he does that one that goes up and down and loops around. It's like a butterfly. That's
all them loopy loops.
You're like a J. It's a J.
That ain't letters.
That ain't no letters I'd ever seen. They call me JT too. They say JT. I don't know why they like to use my initials, but I don't know why. What the hell was that?
Don't know what I summoned.
You summoned? You summoned something?
Joking. I don't know what I did.
Oh, okay. Well, let's summon anything on the show here, right? Okay. Let's keep the summoning to a minimum. We don't want to summon no summoning. So I have read and studied the Kabbalah. I don't use it. I don't believe that's something that I want to ever do. You have to be very careful with that. Okay. So I'm going to ask you a question here, young man. How long have you been involved in Kabbalic practice?
Well, that's really just something I've about maybe 7. Actually, I was around 19, so 8 years. Yeah, 8 years.
Jeez Louise, dude. And so you're now 27 years old, right? Mm-hmm. So you're in a 9 year of your life. So that is the end. That is the time for change. So maybe that's why you're here.
It's around Saturn return for sure.
Have you ever thought about not doing that and just following? You don't have to be a Christian, but definitely be a follower of Christ.
Well, that's kind of. I'm gonna offend a lot of people if I say how I see Christ. I don't see Christ as Jesus. I see it as a primordial force beyond all time and space. But I see Jesus as an initiate into the mysteries of death, in that he, there's all these stories of his different. Exactly. I see him as one of the many forms of Christ, and I believe equally that I walk with the force of Christ as Jesus did. And I'm not a Messiah. In fact, I don't even. That's my differentiation point between Christianity. I don't ask for forgiveness. I don't believe in it. I believe in the Christic force, but that's where I align.
So let me break it down what he's talking about here. Christ, he's correct in one thing. Christ is not necessarily Jesus. Christ is Messiah. That is,
Because isn't that Christ like a title?
it's a title. So Jesus Christ is the Messiah.
Mhm.
That's Jesus the Messiah, the messianic figure. So he's saying that he doesn't believe in Jesus as just a person, but you believe in it as a force of nature. Now, I will say this:
I believe he was a person,
he
but
was a
I don't
person, but you're
worship
not
per
following
se.
him as the person, right? That's what you're saying.
Right. That exactly.
Okay, so here's my dilemma with that. I follow Jesus, the person, the man, who was born the Son of Man, but also the Son of God. And I also believe that he was the Christ. He is the Messiah. But I also know that there are others that were deemed as Messiahs, but I don't acknowledge them as being the one true Son of God, the anointed.
Yeah.
So I follow the path of the man, Jesus, who lived, the Nazarene, okay, who was born the Galilean, the Nazarene in Bethlehem, who was despised by his peers. He was cast out by the Pharisees, and then ultimately they had him murdered at the hands of the Romans. These same people still exist in many, many forms, and they are very highly judgmental. Now, I have said many things that have angered people, and that's going to happen because you're going to tell people what you believe is correct. Now, what James has said is what he believes is correct. I would do this. Leviathan, now there's many different ways to look at that. We'll start with the first one. The being mentioned in the Bible as the Leviathan. He's pretty much the master of the sea. Now there's different ways to look at that. It could be a physical, it could be a metaphysical, or both. But then you have Leviathan as the elemental, right? Which represents water and it represents the downside. Then you have Leviathan as a deity. That's the one I have a problem with because that is not a deity. That is not. That is one of the four angles, the upside, whatever, which also represent a cross. And if you were to take Cartesian math, it represents the cross, right?
Exactly. That shows up on that tree of life in the inverse.
The problem with Cartesian philosophy and math, because math can become science real quick, and then science becomes a matter of principle and then religion. What the problem with that, though, is the cross doesn't necessarily represent Christ. Christ was killed on what we know of as a cross that was made by the Romans. The Romans used it as
yes, exactly.
Yeah. So when you use the cross, it's all intent. If you just take two sticks and put them together, a demon's not going to look at that and go, "Oh, that's the cross." He's just going to be like, "Those are sticks." And he's going to kick it, and it's not going to matter. But if you hold them up and you say, "In the name of Jesus Christ, I rebuke you," they recognize that name in every language. So that is the intent. You give and imbue things with intent. Now, the idea that these fools said, he's wearing a Leviathan. Anybody that knows anything, actually, the guy that was commenting on that man's post, if you go to his Facebook, it's full of the Leviathan. He has it all over there. And he's literally telling this so-called Christian to leave it alone and quit attacking me, whatever. That's pretty sad when that person's page is full of Satanism and he's literally following this man and telling him to not be attacking me. He's supposed to be his fellow Christian. I very seriously doubt the sincerity in a lot of these people, whether they're Christian or satanic, whatever. I don't think they really care. I think what they're doing is they're doing what thou wilt, which in and of itself is the true path, the left-hand path.
Actually, they do that to the twisted end. The whole quote, they don't even think of the whole quote. They think of the first part, "Do what thou wilt," and they just go and do whatever, which is pure evil.
Mm-hmm.
The whole quote there, it says, "Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. Love is the law." Yeah.
And then, but there's also the flip side to that, because that is what we call lawful evil.
Okay? That's also an issue.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And when you are committing to that, you are on that side, and then you are subject to the rules and laws that are bound, the principles that they're bound by. So you go and then you become chaotic and you do whatever it is that you're doing. No. You can't have it both ways. Something somewhere is going to step in and it's going to rule you. And you're giving it the opening. Now, James, I am not here to judge you. I don't pass judgment on anyone. I love you just like I love Josh. I love Sean. I love everybody who's here. I'll bring Joel on. Joel, you can be in. I just saw you were in the chat too. Joel, how you doing?
Joel.
Joel is the guy who's
fine.
from York
It's
who has
about
a
what?
British accent.
It's 25 past 6 here in the UK. I'm a bit croaky. Doctors have got my meds up with me. I suffer with hay fever really bad.
So let me say what I'm going to say real quick here, and then we'll get to you. But James, I want to tell you this. I want to tell you this right now. This is something that I say from my heart. I think you're a good kid. I don't mean to call you a kid, but I'm old. I'm 49. Now people older than me are going to be like, hey, why are you saying? Don't make me slap you with my cane here, boy. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say that, but I am older than you guys. Okay. But I can tell you this. Have you ever accepted Christ in your heart? Have you ever done that, James?
I accept him. Honestly, even if I say I accept him as a savior, I'm not going to mean it from the soul. However, I do accept him in all the symbolic, in the very real. What he did throughout his life, I accept that as something that empowers me, and equally as a person to empower that essence myself. Though equally, when I say something like that, I will go and look at the story of any other entity and have equal representation to that. So I can't say that he holds prominence in that regard.
So it's something interesting with you. You're kind of like completely in the neutral. Like you believe.
I just want pure balance.
Balance, yeah. You're basically a Mace Windu. Okay. I mean, that's what you are. You're the balance, right? But do you understand when you're in the balance, it feels like it's harmonious, and that's fine. But
it can be, but there are forces always at play that you can leash out to any direction at any given time.
So my thing to you is this, and it's something to think about. And if you, like you said you wouldn't mean it, but I'm gonna give you a challenge, okay? I'm gonna tell you this, and this isn't trying to trick you or do anything. I'm just telling you this because I care about you, and I am ordered to do this by my Lord and Savior. I want you to just in your heart. You don't have to say it out here on the open in front of a bunch of people. You know, like Jesus said, you go pray in a closet. But focus on Him. Focus on the eternal image, and I know you have that in you. Of Christ. I'm not talking about this, the model that people have of Christ was Michelangelo's, I'm going to say something here and it sounds terrible, but Michelangelo's lover, he used him as the model for what a lot of people believe is Christ. That's not what Christ looked like. Christ was not that guy. Okay. Christ looked different. Okay. He looked more like Anthony, or he was a darker skinned man from the Middle East in a time when there were no white people there. Okay. I'm just going to say that. But that's a man. That is him in his avatar, his human flesh form.
That's the issue I have with that image. Yeah. I see it as an eternal light.
Yeah, he is. It's actually true. He is. And Anthony, you've explained that, you know, who he is, as opposed to what people say Lucifer is, because they get them too mixed up. Because they've made them very close, which also making people confused. Confusion is one of the devil. They say the devil being, you know, the shaitan. That's their job, is to confuse us and trip us up. So I'm going to say this. I want you to focus on Christ. You can do this whenever you feel like you need to do it. But I feel a strong energy from you, and I think that you can be a force for good or evil. But when you sit on the fence, there's something that happens. Evil is allowed to proliferate and run rampant, and it will always do that. It will always reproduce and run rampant and take up the oxygen from the good. And then the good suffers because the good doesn't try to overcome and overrun everything. The good sits back and does what it's supposed to do. The evil tries to overpopulate and manipulate and destroy. So if you sit back in your harmonious balance, okay, what ends up happening is that evil eventually will eat the good side of you. So I'm going to tell you this from experience, okay? Like I said, I care about you. You seem like you're a really good kid. You've been in the chat many times. You've come here, and I don't judge you. I'm not judging you at all, okay? But you really need to accept that light that is Christ, that is Jesus, the real, Jesus.
I believe quite honestly, I've already accepted that light. I really do accept that pure light of Christ. And I accept that as being a part of myself and also equally being the motion of presence that I want to create in this reality. I accept that into my heart.
Yeah.
Now, again, I will not see it as a man or my savior, but an aspect to be put out into the universe so that everything else can be made infinitely better.
But can you reject the Leviathan deity?
Absolutely not.
See,
I believe God never makes mistakes and that is a beautiful part of creation.
Well, yes and no. I believe he is a part of creation. God created all of us, but
Gives free
I
will.
honestly do believe that you should reject him as a deity because he's not a deity. God is.
No, I don't see him as a deity.
Okay, so
To
you
me,
don't.
I don't
You
have
don't.
deities.
Okay, that is the question. That's the $1 million question because when you're following something, and now I'm going to say this too, and folks, and listen to what I'm going to say. When you focus on anything, when you give it that energy, okay, and you meditate on it or you fixate on it, that is idolatry, and that is actually a form of worship. So it could be anything. You could focus. You could take this elk horn and just sit here and focus on it, and it becomes your deity. If money is what your whole game, then guess what? There's a name for that. That's mammon, and that becomes your deity. So do not focus on anything other than the good aspect of yourself, the inner light that God dwells within you, okay? God, the good, the light, okay, which emanates from him and comes to us through his son, Jesus Christ. So that is what I'm asking you. If you could do that, then you will see a change in everything around you. Your mind, your heart, your everything will open up in a way that it's never, I promise you, you'll see the world in a different light. Now, I'm not telling you that you're going to see magic happen but it's something that I've always had since I was a child. I had an acute awareness from birth of Christ. Now, that could be something that happens from reincarnation. I don't know. I don't throw those things out because people that are devout Christians in the way that they follow a stricture for everyone but themselves, and they all seem to do that. But I'm going to tell you right now, I was born with that, and there are a lot of people who are. But the darkness in our world eventually eats them down to where they become confused and they misinterpret things. I would do this if I were you, James, and this is just what I would do. And I'm not telling you that you should do anything other than what I would do, because I wouldn't tell you to do something I wouldn't do myself. I would take the Kabbalah, close it, put it away, and I would never open it again.
Well, technically, I would be throwing away my mind.
Well,
it's a mind map.
It is a mind map, but it's also a map to a place where you really don't want your mind to go. You have to take control.
That's exactly why I've opened it.
I understand that, and you sound a lot. You sound a lot like people that I've known in my life who are not all those that wander are lost. I get it, but that mind map can also be something that leads you into a maze, and it can also make you go deeper into the recesses of the inner kingdom that you go too far. The kingdom of God can be found quite easily if you just look, right? But that right there is a doorway, and it is a gateway, folks, and it's a gateway to another place. And if you don't understand it, and then most people don't, unless they can read Hebrew. I can tell you right now, even the Hebrew translations don't translate from what once was until now. It's two different things, right? So if I were you, I would be very, very careful with those books. There's several
Amazing
others that
Grace,
can
I'm
go.
gonna be
Josh.
honest.
That
I'm
song,
not even using
Amazing
books.
Grace. Once I was lost, but now I was
Now I'm
found.
found. Yeah, exactly. So that's all I'm going to tell you. I'm not going to, James, I'm not going to push you to do anything that you're not comfortable with doing. I will pray for you. I will pray for you in earnest, and we will pray for you here at PRT to find what, not find what you're looking for, but to find what you need to find. Okay. Because I'm hoping that you will pull yourself back from what could be, you're on the verge of something. When you're standing on that precipice, you got to be real careful. It's a beautiful view, but it can also be very treacherous and dangerous. And you're dealing with
Tricksters.
tricksters, yeah, entities that will fool you. The last thing you ever want to believe is that you are your own God. Now, although the kingdom of God can be found within, don't ever look at yourself and think, I am a God, because you're not. Remember that. We were made not to serve ourselves. It's a simple thing because life is not real long for us. You know, what do you got? 80 years, maybe,
Yeah.
and then you're done. So when and they tell you this lie, they're like, you're middle aged. When you're 50, you're not middle aged. You were past the middle. Okay. I am not middle aged. I'm 3/4 now.
What are you,
Um,
49?
mean,
I'm 48, Josh, mate.
yeah. You got to start looking at the future and thinking, where am I headed?
and being in the funeral home, you could die literally tonight, tomorrow,
That's right.
anytime.
You could not wake
I
up.
see
Get
that
hit by a bus walking
as a
across
point
the
of
road.
worry, to be honest.
Anything could happen in the next half hour.
That's right. James, what did you say?
I see that as a point of worry. Always looking at the future. People want to. There's anxiety. Oh, I've done this wrong in the past, and This is why I opened that book, because at that time I was labeled as Asperger's syndrome.
Mm-hmm.
I could hardly open my mouth and talk to another person. I was not an adult. And then I got into these arts and sciences, and I was looking at the patterns of these mind maps, and they led me to what they call these shells or these sheols, the inner
shell.
hell. Exactly. It's an internal hell that reflects itself externally. If I would have wallowed there in it, I would have already been dead, because I was already down in those depths of despair. What I did was I opened that book and I asked Christ to help me. I mean, I've always been walking with Christ. I just see it as that pure light. And he did. He lifted me up above it, within my mind and without as well. My life has done a complete turnaround, and I have been with Christ, but I will always equally work with the forces that I need to work with to get where I need to be. And that's part of being in the present moment.
And I can see when I first started talking to you that I didn't want to say anything, but now that you say that you were diagnosed with Asperger's, that makes sense. That does. But one thing that people who have that, it's almost like, I'm going to say this and it's going to sound odd, but it's almost like a superpower, because it allows you to hyper focus on certain things that other people can't focus on. For instance, my mind ping pongs and bounces all over the damn place. A person with Asperger's can hyper focus on certain things that I can't. And I don't care what anybody says, that to me is a superpower. People, just because someone has an ability like they have autism, they think, oh, well, this person's got a learning disability. They can't understand whatever. They understand things in their purest form. It's the truth. They're not bothered with the fluff of the external whatever, and they have a much better path, easier path, and an easier ticket into the internal kingdom, which is where God is. See, the life and breath and spark of God is within all of us. And when I said on the show that it doesn't really matter who physically created us, that just really doesn't matter. You can create a clone of yourself. Doesn't make you God. You can create life. Doesn't make you God. because what's needed for the soul is the life and breath and spark of the infinite creator that resides above the eighth heaven. Let me tell you, people don't understand that. They just do not grasp that. And so they're looking externally for God when God is right here. And the connection
in
is
itself.
Christ.
You've got to look inside.
You got to look inside. Yeah, that is where the Gnostics come in. And I'm not saying they're all correct, but I'm telling you that there's a lot of information out there. When Jesus says we die for lack of knowledge, he's being correct. And I would hazard to guess that you, James, were looking for something because of that overwhelming fear of not existing, that it led you down that road to find fulfillment. That was a knowledge that Jesus says that we all need. And so you found the true Christ, but you also found his, counter.
Oh yeah, the polar opposite.
The polar opposite, which is a part of us all. Yeah, the yin and the yang. The problem, though, with that perfect balance, like I said, is the darkness will always try to consume. That is the problem. I thought at one time, very much like you, I'm going to witness to you a little bit here. Bear with me. I thought I had found the balance, but it wasn't a balance. The darkness always starts to consume. And eventually you give a little bit, then a little bit, then you use it and you use it and you use it. And next thing you know, everything you're doing is based on the dark side and you're using it for everything. And then you become reliant on it because it is the difference between a nutritional meal and junk food. Now, when you're really hungry, your tendency is to go do what? Eat something that's carb loaded, full of sugar, salt, and fat, and whatever, because it's satiating.
Quick and easy.
The quick, easy energy. But what is really good is complex carbohydrates. We're supposed to eat a mixture of fruits, vegetables, nuts, and healthy meats, and that is what you're supposed to do. So that is the difference. It's the difference between healthy, balanced meal and something that is basically not good for you. So that's what I'm encouraging you, James. Like I said, I love you. I hope you're a good you are, and I hope you understand what I'm telling you here. I'm putting myself out there, and I'm telling you that
God
I
bless
hope
you,
that
James,
you.
anyway, mate. Hope for things will.
Yeah, and somebody just said the Kabbalah is Jewish black magic. It really is, and it slants everything that makes it look like you're. Oh,
that's part of the math that's imbued into it. They put the one, which is actually of the zero, the no mind, the true God, and then they take it and it becomes a one. That one is then expounded and creates a lockdown within a two, and that two is infinitely expansive into a fractal reality. They lock you down into a fractal.
Yeah, and that is very much a part of the real reality. The problem, though, is that we're here for a reason. Now, would you agree? Let's meet in the middle. Only compromising for this mentally, would you say that this fractal reality that we're in is the real world, or the world that we know that we go into when we go inverse? Is that the real world? What would you say?
I would say that the one we go into is the infinitely expansive mind of God, but this one is just it's not even a fraction of a reverse.
No, you're right.
Real.
It's like taking, and now if you were to go and look into James's mind, and I'm going to tell you this, I can say this because I know if you were to take a rectangle and you cut a corner of it off, that's a triangle. That literally is what he sees as just this world right here. The expansive of everything else, that's the real world. That's what James is talking about. The problem, though, is getting there. Okay, we know that the vessel to get there is very important. And that vessel, to me, has to be Christ, because he says he's not a liar. He was an ultimately infinitely godly and good being. He was part of God. Okay, so he says that the only way to the Father is through me. So if you're taking the inverse and you're flipping it and you're looking at that dark side, which is the opposite of Christ, that's not going to get you anywhere. It's going to get you into a funhouse of mirrors that lead to nightmare fuel. And so that's why I'm asking you, I'm appealing to you, James, to step back away from the Kabbalah and its teachings, because I know what they are. I know what it represents. And I'm telling you that it is very important to step back from that. Now, there are things you can do. There are certain megahertz that you can listen to. I'm sure you probably already know this, certain vibrations that will get you in harmony with what where you need to be. And I'm going to tell you that it's very important, because that book and others like it represent spiritual dynamite. It's very delicate. You need to be very careful what you think when you're looking into these things, because it's explosive, and it doesn't take much to conjure forth something that you can't get rid of. And they will trick you into thinking that you have the power when you don't. And it's real easy. If you were like typing code on a computer and you miss one number,
Throws
it
everything else
changes
off.
everything off. These suckers will trick you. And if you create a sacred circle, as they call it,
They
and
tricked crowdsource.
yeah, it is. It's very dangerous, because something very bad can happen. So I'm appealing to you to just be very careful. I wish that I could, make you understand. I don't want to make you understand, but reach out to you to understand, to kind of pull back. You know what I mean? And just close that off. Because you don't need it. What you need is Christ to follow. And when you were talking about the overwhelming fear of death, yes, Christ did defeat death. He took the keys of life and death. He did go to hell, and he conquered the forces of hell. It was won when he died on the cross at Calvary. It's a done deal. But what people don't understand, and they fail to realize, is, just as you understand what the cross actually represents, okay, what most people don't grasp is the way James sees Jesus is very close to being correct. The problem, though, is that you're also allowing that flip side to be there. Now, I'm not telling you to unbalance yourself. I'm saying to give it to Jesus, and he'll balance you. That's all I'm saying. You don't need to use your own mind for that. He'll take you to where you need to be. And ultimately, dying, which is a part of life, it's a part of living, will get you to where you need to be when it's time. When God calls you back, you're that essence of him, he pulls it back and he takes it. You'll go to where you need to be. Your consciousness will be in the bosom of Christ, and he'll take you where you need to be. And you won't need to go and try to find this, and you won't have to fear, because once you accept Christ, and then you know where you're headed, you know where you're going, the fear is gone. You don't worry about that.
I don't even really have that fear. I was saying at 7 years ago, 8 even, that's when I really had that, and that led me on that journey, really an inner journey.
Mm-hmm. Just be very careful, James, and I would definitely close that book, and I wouldn't open it again. That's my advice to you. Look to Christ, right? That eternal light that you've seen, that is where you need to be. That's what you need to do. Okay. I'm not trying to put on an act or anything. This is what this is what I believe you need to do. Okay. You know what? Here's somebody, Mike Turner, no relation. My brother from another mother. He says it's like playing Russian roulette with Kabbalah. It's basically witchcraft. In other words, the cults, stay away from it. It leads to hell. It definitely can lead you to a place where you can't recover from. And James, I think you're a very brilliant and an intelligent young man, and I'm digging the new hairdo you got going on there. But
very honest and straightforward, James.
You're very honest.
I'm going to add that.
And straightforward, yes.
That's very admirable.
Yeah. So you need to really look into like my words of what I'm telling you. I would encourage you to go back and actually watch this, James, afterwards and re-listen to what I'm saying, because maybe now in the moment it's not, it's a little bit overwhelming or whatever. I do feel like you have a balance, but like I said, the darkness will always try to eat the light. That's what it does. It cannot stay in its corner. You're minding your own business. You're doing what you're doing. Evil will always cross over into your lane and come into your light. It always
That's
does.
also a part of the belief that it will. I truly believe that because Christ is a part of me, the darkness stays in its own lane, and I tell it to get the F back when it needs to.
Yeah. And you use Christ for that, or how do you go about doing that?
I say typically the way something will happen is I see that balance as being intrinsically there and cannot be separated. Otherwise, you go through the gate and you become totality with God. The experience is ceased. So typically, what I will state is, in the name of Yeshua ben Joseph, leave this abode immediately. And oftentimes, depending on the essence, in the name of Lucifer, be gone.
See, that's the problem right there. When you say, in the name of Lucifer, the light bearer, of course.
I would also argue that they are one and the same, but very different.
No, they're very different.
The
For sure. One is the
Lucifer, I would
rebellious.
believe, acted through Jesus Christ.
So
Now, that's just because I've read that part of the Bible that states that he is, I am the root and the offspring of David, the bright and morning star, translated as they did in the other book. I forgot the name of the book, excuse me. But if we translated it in the same way as they spoke of Hillel being a translation of Dawn Star, being Lucifer, being Venus, Jesus would have literally said, in Revelations, Jesus Christ verbatim would have stated, I am the root and the offspring of David, Lucifer. So he called himself, in that context, of Venus.
yeah, that's actually,
Lucifer.
though, a mistranslation because
Right.
they're
If we
too
go by
close
the other
together.
one.
Yeah, they're too close together, and that's also a trick. Okay. So what I'm trying to tell you right now, okay, is that that is not correct. And when you talk about the Messiah, Ben Joseph, you're talking about a Hebraic translation, which is like the son of Joseph, who's the leader of the 10 tribes of Israel. He's the one that was prophesied to come and be the Messiah, but his own people rejected him as the Messiah. The problem, though, is that they did embrace the other one. And we know this because Jesus says in Revelations 2:9 and 3:9, he says, you know, he tells us, you're Jews, you claim you're Jews, but you are not. You claim that you're of the house of David, but you're not. You're of your father, Shaitan, and you're of the synagogue of Shaitan, which is Satan. And he also tells us that Satan is the god of this world. And we know that there has been a large group of people who are, let's say, a very large power base run by an elect group of people who for centuries have played the long game trying to convince us that Lucifer is God. That's a problem.
Oh, yeah, I don't believe he's God.
Well, that's that people will say, hey, his name has the power of Christ. It does not, because he is not the Messiah. Now, he's only mentioned 3 times in the Bible, but he's mentioned in other books that are not there. So the issue I have is that people will actually use his name. People don't. There is a misunderstanding, though, exactly of who Lucifer is. Now, he is not Azazel. He's not Iblis. Okay, those are different beings.
Oh, yeah, they're totally different.
Totally different beings, and one is the leader of the fallen, who is also equated with the leader of the jinn. Now, some people believe that, some people don't. Lucifer was the leader of the rebellious angels. He was cast off the throne of God by Michael. Michael's name, which means he who is like unto God. So he was given that moniker, that name, because of what he did. And he cast Lucifer out of heaven. He kicked him out of heaven. Then Jesus says that I saw Satan being cast out of heaven, and he did hit the earth like lightning. That right there equates Lucifer to the Shaitan. He would be the leader of the Shaitan. Azazel came later, also screwing up, and became one of the fallen, which rang God's ire big time, because He was like, I put you here to do good and watch these reprobates, and you became like them. In fact, you became like them and you turned on me. And then you join forces with them like a bunch of lunatics. So they get locked up. Saturn is one of the prisons. I'm going to be real honest. And there is a black cube on the top of it. One of these societies that follow this, and I'm going to say something, James. The Black Cube Society, what book do they teach from?
They would certainly teach from the Kabbalah.
The Kabbalah. That is where they say that these fractals, as they call them, they talk about these beings being compressed beings from an alternate universe, which translates to from another world, but it also translates to from another time.
Right. I see what you're saying. I want to say that I know what you're saying on Christ, and I truly believe, for the most part, in terms of the light with Christ. But when it comes to these fractals, part of what they call this art is the great work, and that's to complete walking through those fractals without being torn to shreds by their by the wants and desires of those fractals. And that's the whole point, because if you die and you've subconsciously, you're not beyond that, your soul is going to be leashed out to whatever reincarnation and other hell realms. And this is just my belief that might appear from being of those attachments. So I believe in walking through them without becoming attached to them.
Well, they can become attached to you. They have like hooks all over their bodies. I will say this, okay. The problem with what I'm trying to tell you, the problem is that Lucifer, in and of himself, did much the same as you do. That's what I believe happened. Now, I'm saying this based on my theory that he looked inward too much, because he was so like unto God as that he thought he was. But no one is. No one can be, and no one can comprehend God. He is and always will be and always was.
That is correct.
Lucifer was torn by his own fractals within his own whatever. And he was, when you look into the abyss stares back. I believe that he was taken into the abyss of his own making, his own mind, and was tortured, tormented, and spit back out after eons of being there.
Oh, I think I see your point now. It's I'm looking too much within, and I could unbalance myself by attempting to be balanced.
Exactly. So what Lucifer did, he literally was tortured by those beings, and he was spit back out, and he thought, I've walked through hell. What do I care about God? That was what he did. And so he challenged God, and God allowed a lesser angel. And the archangels were not the top dog angels. He allowed Michael to deal with him. That's like saying my third in command will take care of you. I don't even need to lift a finger. Because even though you went through all this hell, you didn't come out with more love for me. You came out with more love for yourself, because you think you accomplished it on your own. But God wrote the program, not us, not Lucifer. And Lucifer has set himself up as a star, a morning star, and whatever. He is this and he's that. People think he's Jesus' brother and all these other things. He is his brother only in the way that God is everyone and everything's father. No matter whether you're 4th, 5th, 6th, 10th, it doesn't matter. It all goes back to the source. So you have this being who set himself up like he was the light bearer. You know why? Because when you're in the abyss and you have that spark of God, you are the light. So to those fractals, he was the light bearer. But when he came back out, he was not. Because you're comparing a flashlight to the sun when you try to compare yourself to God. So there you have it, folks, okay? He is what he is, but he is not God, and he is not a representation of God, nor is he to be even mentioned in the same essence with Christ. because he is not the Messiah. And he is not the Son of Man. Lucifer has no connection to mankind. Jesus does. Jesus came down and did something that Lucifer never did. He became a man. And now in the Bible and in every holy book on earth, you will never find these demons, these jinn, or these fractals, or any of these other breeds of monsters ever refer to Christ as anything other than the Son of the Most High. They will never say that he is the Son of Man. You know why? Because that gives us hegemony over them. And they know it. Because all we have to do, because Jesus was one of us, he was never one of them. He's a part of the Most High. He's a piece of the Most High given to us as a gift of salvation. So when you say, in the name of Jesus, in the name of Christ, the Son of God, I rebuke you, that demon, that entity, that fallen angel, that whatever it is, has to go. Because you say it with intent of protection, with healing, with purpose, and it has the power to dispel and get rid of all manners of evil. If someone is writhing in agony when you say, in the name of Jesus, I rebuke you, there's something on that person that doesn't belong there.
Yes.
So I'm going to say this, okay? In the name of Jesus, I bind and rebuke all evil upon you, James. And I ask the Most High God, in the name of Christ, I come unto you, Lord God, and I ask you to deliver James. Deliver him unto the bosom of Christ, where he belongs, Most High God. I ask this in the name of Jesus. I pray in the name of Christ. I rebuke and I bind all unclean spirits that surround this man. And I ask that he turn away from the Kabbalah and follow you, Lord God. Please light his way with the sword of truth, with the armor that you provide all of your soldiers, Lord God. I ask this in the name of Christ. These things are done, if it is your will. Amen.
Amen.
So the path is yours. It's up to you. You choose. It's your destiny, James. You do what you feel is right. Okay?
Will do.
I like the glasses, by the way.
Thank you.
Nice glasses.
All right. Guess I'm going to get going.
Okay.
All
right. I'll see you.
All right. We'll see you, James.
Take care, James. I think he needs to chuck that book away.
Yeah. Yeah. And anybody who has
I'd
that
probably
or the
burn it,
Shrem's Al
to be
Marif
honest with you.
needs to
I'd
get rid of
burn it.
all of those forbidden books. There's a reason why those are not to be utilized. I just spoke from the heart. I don't know.
Yeah.
No, it makes sense. You know your stuff, mate. You know what I mean?
I don't think
Filford
he's a
guy,
bad guy. I think he's
Filford
just
guy is a bit torn, isn't he? He's a bit
do what?
tricksters, mate. Tricksters. I've been through it myself in past, and you know I've had my fair share of experience. Like I say, I'm 48 myself, and that, and there's a lot of people out there who'll take advantage and that, and they'll do some crazy. They'll go to any length. You know what I mean? As you know yourself, and that. So feel for you as well, Josh, and that with all these problems that you've been having of late, and that. You know what I mean?
Well, I believe that God allows us to dwell on the darkness for a certain period of time, and then it's time to go. I will say this. I dwelled in the darkness for 7 years, and you heard James. 7 is a very powerful number, and you heard what he said. He said that he was 19, right? And he dwelt in the darkness. And I think it's time for him to go. I really do. You know, I think that when you have been on that side for that long, you start to lose your way. I'm not going to disparage the guy. He's got his issues, but he's going to have to get on the right path, and he's going to have to rebuke Lucifer, and he's going to have to rebuke Leviathan.
He needs to get rid of that book, mate. I'm telling you now, he needs to get rid of that bloody book.
Get rid of it. Because that book, it does say a lot of interesting things. But some people can look at something and read. I can read an entire book about communism, and I don't go, "Huh, I want to be a communist." That just doesn't come into my mind. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? I can read a book about the Nazis and go, "Huh, I think I want to go on goose step." No, I'm not. That's not the case. And I say these things with all sincerity. There is a play, there is work at play here where people are moving in and out of costumes. And I'm telling you this to be the truth. Those that you think are your friends aren't always your friends. If I told you that I knew that what was going to happen to me 100%, that I'd be lying. But did I know that there was a conspiracy? Yeah, I did. Did I feel it? Yes, I did. Did I know that I was going to be attacked? I was hoping against hope, but no, I could feel it. I knew. If you're in tune, you know these things. You know they're going to happen. All you can do is roll with the punches and put your faith in God. If it's God's will that I be torn
Just
asunder,
sometimes you get caught out a bit in it. How can I put it? Yeah, you get caught out. The tricksters, mate, tricksters, and they'll consume you. Do you know what I mean? And then next thing you know, it's like everything will just spiral out of control. But that's where, if you look into yourself, and God and all, believe it'll guide you. You know what I mean? I feel for the guy, to be honest with you. He needs to get rid of that book. I'm telling you now, he needs to get rid of that book. That's all I can say. That's all I can say. And other thing I wanted to, I can't believe you mentioned, ball of lights and stuff like that. I've not long since I've been up Danes Dyke again. I've been having a wild camp session and that up there, and been looking for big cats, panther type big cats. I found a few. I mean, there's loads of dog paw prints all over, but I've definitely found. I'm hoping to. It's like I just get odd one here and there. What it is Josh. I want to try and get so I can work out how big it is. If you know what I mean, several paw prints, so I can work out what it walking, running. I'll be able to work it out and do maths and that, and have an idea of how actually big these cats are, because they are getting a lot more reports than that. Paul's been on about it again. He's been looking at. I spoke to Paul, Paul Sinclair, other day. He says, "Oh, I thought you weren't going back up to Danes Dyke." I'm like, "I can't help it, mate." You know what I mean? So I've been back up there, and yeah, like I say, I think Old Stinky.
Yeah.
You've heard Old Stinky.
That's what they call him.
Yeah. Well, it's Barmston Drain. Now you're not really meant. You're supposedly not allowed to go to the other side of Danes Dyke. On other piece of land at the other side at Barmston Drain that goes under the road, and there's like a bus stop just at entrance to get into Danes Dyke, and then on the opposite side of the road. Well, I was a bit naughty and I sneaked in. I mean, it was dark, but I've been into the other side at where Barmston Drain is, and these are where I found prints. So I'm is Old Stinky, is it a black cat?
Well, that's the question. I mean, people have claimed to see a cat-like figure, but sometimes it's on two legs. Sometimes it's not. That's
like bipedal and that. Yeah, I mean,
that's a bipedal cat.
Shapeshifter?
All the way up to Scotland, people will see this. I've told people this before, and I'll say it again. I'd rather camp out in the middle of the freaking woods in the middle of Asia or wherever, surrounded by tigers and bears, than in some wild forest in England, because the portal in England. I'm not joking.
Yeah.
They said, well, there's no natural predators in England. I said, these aren't natural.
Yeah.
These are not natural predators. They're coming out of portals.
There's a lot of strange stuff going off. Paul's getting reports. He's a very, very busy man. Believe it. All up here on the east coast of Yorkshire, as far as up to Petershead in Scotland and that. So all along the east coast of UK, there's just reports.
Well,
And,
hold on
and,
one second,
and
Joe. I got to
as
say
you go
something here in
further
the
in, like,
chat. Hold on
obviously
one second.
into moors and stuff
Joe,
like that.
Joe, can you hear me? Hold on one second. I got to handle something in the chat here. Hey,
Yeah,
Grandis, you're going to have to chill, okay? He says here, you know, you're going to have to chill out, man, okay? People are asking you to stop, and I guess they're, you know, they're aggravating you. If you feel harassed, your faith is weak. Grandis, I'm going to give you a chance, okay? I'm going to give you a chance to just be cool. Don't argue. Don't push it. If somebody doesn't want to believe like you do, okay, don't force it. That's not the way. Jesus did not go around and beat people on the head and make them follow him. And no great teacher does that. So if you want somebody to listen to you, you're going to have to chill. Okay. You can't argue and fuss. If that happens, it would put you in a timeout or whatever. And that's like treating people like kids. I'm not the one that usually does that, but I'm asking you not to. So let's just be cool here. Okay, Joel, sorry about that. And then Dragon Paul, do you have what do you got going on, Dragon?
Hey, I'm just listening, loving it.
Yeah. Do you have a story to tell?
Yeah, I have mainly UFO stuff.
Okay, so let me do this with you. If you want to, get in touch with me tomorrow, and let's set something up for Monday. You can come on and you can do what Joel did, and you can have the whole time to yourself, and you can talk about it. We'll do a show, and I'll have you as the featured guest, and we can even get into some alien abduction UFO stuff.
Yeah, I like the UFO stuff as well.
Okay, so I'm gonna let you go, Dragon. Get in touch with me. You got my email, right?
Yes.
You got my email. Cool. And we will talk tomorrow.
Thank you. Peace.
Right. All right, Sean, I'm going to let you run too because I'm about to jump off of here in a little bit.
That's fair.
Yep. Call back for sure next Saturday. Come back and we can talk and do what we
man. Do. I got stuff to talk about next Saturday. Let's
for sure. Get it together and try to get in early so you can get going. Okay.
Yeah, I'll come in early next time.
All right.
Sure.
All right, Sean. I'll see you.
Take care.
All right.
Yeah, I'll well, I was just going to finish off with is you know when you're orbs. Paul's. I've been going through my footage and it's ironic that were brought up and that, because I thought, bloody hell, yeah. Well, when me and my wife were, this is what, sometime last year, I can't think. It was like back end of last year, and but Paul's had a lot of reports of it, and some of it's, is you know, like the Fae and stuff like that. These orbs, I've actually got it on camera. I didn't even realize I've actually got it, and as I've been filming, because my wife, she's also encountered the green yellowy eyes, you know, because we had this almighty growl and that. It was a full moon as well, and this guy appeared, and he'd got two dogs with him, a spaniel and that. I think I might have told you about it over the week and that, and one of them run off. And I think if it weren't for that guy, I think whatever we're there, we're going to get it. But it was strange when I've gone back on my footage and things that I've been doing. They're like a silvery, really shiny orb, like as if it's plasma or lightning. I'd say like size of a softball or something like that, a baseball. You know what I mean? About size that. But every time these appear, these green eyes or yellow eyes, whatever, shape that. I'm convinced it's something to do with witchcraft and shape-shifting stuff and that. Yeah, I'm convinced. And I'm wondering if these big back cats, because I've been, Paul's been looking into it a lot and it's set me off. So I've been working day and day where he tends to spend more time up around Bempton Cliffs and up there because he does a lot of UFO stuff as well. Because we're seeing him overnight and I was talking to an homeless guy and we were with him and that, and he says, yeah, I keep seeing him all the time, these strange lights going in and out at sea. And Paul's been seeing him and they actually illuminate under the water just off it. I mean, it's fairly close into land and that. but we don't know what they are. But there's lots of reports coming in about them, and they seem to be coming out of this particular area along this part of the east coast of Yorkshire in the UK. So, there's just amount of reports and that coming in. It's unreal. It's unreal.
Yeah, there's a whole lot of them. So, Joel, I'm going to have to run. Thank you for coming on the show.
I've had a rough night. I've been I've been in bushes and things and that. I've put my army bash up and had my campfire going. I'm absolutely knackered, mate. Because it's what now? 7:15 in the UK morning.
Yeah.
I only usually get about 4 hours sleep. I can't get over 4 hours, 5 hours, something like that.
Yeah, because you guys are 6 hours ahead of Texas, so you guys are
6 hours. Is that what time?
It's 7:15 a.m. over there.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'm going to run, Joel. It was good talking to you.
Thanks once again, mate. And I hope everybody's well, and God bless you all. And I hope James gets rid of that book.
Yeah.
I think it's really a good idea to get rid of it, and hope everything's going to turn out okay. And that,
let's hope so. Everybody pray. And James is not a bad guy. He's been on the show a few times. I just think he's a little bit. He needs to be brought back.
Yeah, I think if we help him in that, I believe he will.
Well, the problem is
I think he just went down the bad path with the right intentions.
Yeah.
People don't stop to try to look at. I'm going to let you run, Joel, and I'm going to say a few.
Yeah, okay then, mate. Take care, everyone. Anyway.
Thank you for listening. I appreciate it. So I'm going to say a few things here, and then we're going to jump off. But I said this before. I was working at McAllen Pass, and I had a guy who was a Satanist hang out with me for hours, for nights on end. And we talked philosophy and the nature of reality and God and things. And he was very much like James. But he was an actual Satanist. Mm-hmm. James is not a Satanist. But this person was into that, do what they willed. And so, Grandis, you didn't offend me, okay, but you offended some people in the audience. And, so I'm just saying people were asking you to stop. And that's,
Yeah, he apologized real quick.
You apologize, so that's it. We're not holding any grudges here. Let me say something. I'm going to say this. There are people in this community, and this is not a swipe at those people that are messing with me. This is not, I promise you. And if y'all are there and you're listening to me, listen to what I'm going to tell you. Okay? I don't hate you. I'm not your enemy. We are more alike than you know. We are pretty much on the same team. You have decided to wage war. I don't want it. I don't want to be a part of it. And if you're willing to leave me alone, I'll leave you alone. I'm appealing to you one more time before I have to do something that I don't want to do. That's spend a bunch of money on a lawsuit. It's not productive. It's not going to get anything done in this community. Okay, we need to work together. But one thing that needs to happen, and it needs to happen now, is this rush to judgment of someone who is not like you. Now, you see this young man who was here tonight, and now he literally is using, Luciferian principles and in Leviathan. They were saying that about me. I'm like, no. Understanding something and using it is two different things. On let me see here. Like on Fist of the North Star, when he says having strength is one thing, but knowing how to use it is another. Mm-hmm. That's the Japanimation version, not that stupid live action pile of crap. I'm being very honest. Raoul, when he's fighting his own brother, which are literally the flip side of one another, right? Mm-hmm. And he tells Kenshiro, he says that. He says, you have strength and power, but, do you know how to use it? That's the thing. When someone is gone down the wrong path, instead of throwing rocks at them and doing this Monty Python, Life of Brian, it's astounding. We're going to stone you to death. Oh, it's astounding. All I said was this fish is good enough for Jehovah. Blasphemer. Instead of doing that, why don't we stop and pray for that person? Why can't this be an example for everybody? And now they're going to say, who knows what, that this is some kind of, I used it for whatever. No, no. What I want is for James to be saved. I want that guy to be safely in the fold where he can't be hurt and people, can follow that path to righteousness, the true righteousness. Okay, let's be honest. We're not righteous. Nobody is. We're just people. Okay, I'm not going to judge that young man. I'm not going to say ill things about him. I'm not going to make a big show and be like, oh, you're a bad guy. I'm a good guy. No, dude. Okay. All I want is for people to find the truth. That's it. That's all you got to do, whether that's on the inside, the outside, wherever you got to look to find it. That's where it takes you. But don't let the darkness deceive you. It's very tricky and it can be very hard to navigate. Now, I'm going to say this, and this is going to sound like an arrogant statement. I have an extremely high IQ. I am and Anthony, you can attest to this. You know this. You've seen it. Anthony's got a very high IQ. So does Tony. So does Nellie. We're pretty smart. We're not the smartest people in the world, but I have the IQ of what some people that make, let's just say this. I have a very high IQ, okay? I'm going to tell you this, okay? You can use it for good or you can use it for evil. It's a tool. Your brain is a tool, okay? People put the brain up there with the soul. That is not the truth. It's two different things. The brain can be tricked. The soul cannot. And if you look at things through the soul, through the spirit, through the soul, the mind's eye, which is the window to the soul, that's where you look. That right there will take you to where you need to be. We literally walk around all day, folks, with these little scrying mirrors. That's what they are, these things. And you let it come in through the window of the soul. What you see becomes a reality in your mind. Everything you take in ocularly, everything you take in orally, your mind, your ears, everything you take in is inside of you now. And if you go inward and you look, you're going to have to sift through all of those fragments of information that can ultimately take on a life of their own. And they can pollute your system. Your system, like James had the Kundalini thing on the other day. It's from your head to your toes. It is your chakras. They are mind, body, spirit connection. And then you have the offshoots of that, which is the emotion. You have emotion. You have all these different things that come into play. There's all these different aspects to yourself. Now you can run into alter aspects of yourself within yourself. But who is the real you? There's the face that you present to the public, and there's the person that you really are. Now, these two have lived with me for years, and they've been around me even before they were living with us. Everybody who knows me, who's been around me for any real length of time, if they're being honest, can tell you who I am on this show is who I am in the streets. Who I am in the streets is who I am all the time. My friends that I've had, and you guys know them, there's 40, 50 people that I'm pretty close to. Most people don't have that big of a circle. They say, keep your circle small. I have a big circle here in Austin, and none of them are running and acting a fool and making a big fuss and saying Wolf is the evilest thing. He's the evilest thing since the whatever. Since God, kicked out the devil, whatever. These people can say what they want. But these other people who really know me are not going to attest to that. They're not going to come forward and say, he's the worst person that's ever existed. No, because I talk to these people regularly. We do business together. I've never screwed people over with money. And I've never backstabbed my friends. And I've known some of these people for decades. Now, wouldn't you think that somebody would come forward that knows me my real life and say, this guy's a horrible guy. He's all the bad things that you're saying about him online. He abuses his family. He abuses everybody around him, and including his wife, who, by the way, is a suicidal maniac, right? I can't say it with a straight face. I'm not trying to make this into a funny thing, but it is quite ridiculous. So what am I trying to say here? There are good things and bad things about everyone. But when you're presented with a situation, what do? Do you break out the stones and we have a good old fashioned stoning? And we attack someone because they're different than us or they believe different than us? No, because you know what happens? That's the road to perdition. And you know what that road is paved with? Horrible, horrible things like genocide based on misunderstanding. Muslims killed millions of people in the name of God. Christians killed millions of people in the name of God. Doing some of the worst things you could ever imagine. The Jewish people, original Pharisees, killed their own Messiah. They would argue that that's not him. They don't agree with it. I disagree. I say that he was the Messiah and he is the Messiah. And he always will be. They killed him. They can say the Romans did it, but at the end of the day, it was their people that did it, and still to this day they reject him. Now that is their choice. But what's happening now is a Pandora's box for them that they're going to have to reap a bitter harvest. And if you think that you're sitting back going, yeah, that's them, that's what they get. Oh, Christians, it's coming for you too. And Muslims. Muslims, as we speak, are being put in internment camps in other countries. Christians are being beheaded in Egypt. Did you know that? You probably didn't. And the Jewish people are in fact, working on destroying their own country. These are the things that are happening around us, and nobody cares. Genocide is happening everywhere you look. There's ethnic cleansing going on to this day. In Africa, in the Middle East, it's happening in Europe now. I am not a fan of the war with Ukraine, one way or the other. I think it's a very bad thing. But at the end of the day, you have a people who have gone back and forth, tit for tat. The Holodomor, the Ukrainian people were starved to death. More people died in the Holodomor than died in the Holocaust, by a long shot. And now Russia has decided to take over the Ukraine. But you have a situation there where a guy who shouldn't be in power is in power. And he is Jewish. And I will say this, he is actually propped up by white supremacists. You think I'm joking? I am not joking. These people are neo-Nazis. It's a very weird situation.
And that's what the Azov Battalion is, kind of.
And I'm going to say this. Sometimes the good guys are the bad guys. And sometimes the bad guys are the good guys, and vice versa. And it just goes back and forth. But do you understand, and I'm going to close it with this, and it was almost too real what happened earlier. What happens is everybody is doing what he was doing. They're looking at the situation and saying, oh, we just have to achieve a balance. So let's let the dark side in. Because why not? We're letting everyone else at the table. Let's all just turn inward, do an inversion, and allow the dark side, the flip side of Christ, to be a part of our lives. How about not? Because when you do that, like I said, that's the road to perdition. Now, the way to combat that is not to go and get your curvy sword out and start lopping off heads and telling people that they are wrong because they don't believe like you. We're living in a world where Buddhist monks are having to learn to use AK-47s to protect themselves from the reprobates of other religions. We're living in a world where a people are fighting for a holy land, two different peoples who both have a right to be there, but neither one really do. Make that make sense. People who are worshiping mammon, they're worshiping money, they're worshiping power, are in charge of our lives, and they're telling us to eat bugs. And instead, we attack one another and bite at each other like rabid dogs, like ravaging, scavenging jackals. Why? We eat our own in the name of God. I no doubt that tomorrow my enemies will once again make some big proclamation, big statement about what a poo-poo cockahead I am, and call me every name in the book and march off all these people who seem to have every sort of mind warped illness in the entire universe going on. And I would dare say that some of them have a sickness of the soul, but it's nothing that can't be cured with a little common sense, human dignity, human decency, I should say, and some prayer. If you really get down to brass tacks, this could all go away very easily. I'm offering you over and over again to stop. You do it, I do it. I'm going to defend myself. I have a right to defend myself. People telling me that I should allow them to slander me in public. Well, guess what? Now people are believing it because I'm seeing other people that I once worked with and that I called colleagues and I looked up to and I was friends with. Now they're buying into this BS. And that's a shame. But that says more about them than it does me. Because that means that you were never my friend and you never really understood. One man said, I have ego. He said that I have hostility and nothing to offer. And that's a shame. I've heard people besmirch this man, and never once did I ever say a cross word about this guy, ever, not once. But he was very quick to throw me under the bus because one of my enemies claimed that I'm trying to destroy his channel, which nothing could be further from the truth. I don't care about your channel. In fact, it would behoove me to leave your channel alone. I mean, what do I benefit by attacking your channel? That would be stupid. People are going to look at that and say I'm a bully. So I don't want to destroy your channel. I would be punching down, and I'm not into that. What I am going to say, though, is what happened tonight is if that happens in your chat, instead of shunning these people and going after them and being ugly and rude and mean and doing exactly the opposite of what Christ did and what he told us to do, how about we do what we're supposed to do and we pray for them and we tell them that Christ loves them because he does, and tell them that you love them because you should. How about we do that instead? I think we could all learn a lesson from that young man too. He didn't turn violent and aggressive and angry and start screaming and freaking out and telling us to go F ourselves. He didn't act like a crazed, demon-possessed individual.
And he let you speak and make your points without interrupting.
That's right.
Because he was actually listening.
Because if you come to people with humility and you come to people truly in Christ, God will pave the way for you. You have nothing to fear. The flip side is true too. If you come at people with ego, hostility, well, guess what? You have nothing to offer. This man said these things about me. I'm not going to say his name. It's already been posted in the groups, whatever. And I'm going to tell you this. I forgive him. I sent him a simple message. I said, can you call me, please? Not so I can run down my enemies and tell him what bad people they are, but just to tell him that I'm not the things he said I am. That's it. I'm going to close with this, folks. There's something that I needed to read, and I am gotta use the bathroom really bad, but it's very important. Brett Lawford, supporter of the show. He watches the show. He wrote this. Now, I don't have time to read it all, but I'm going to read the main part of it. I think it's very important. I'm going to try and start at a certain point here because, like I said, this started from a conversation he had in one of our groups with another member. They had a clash. He said something about special needs, and then she took it a certain way, and then they kind of argued. And then, so long story short, he says here, my mom died 3 years ago on June 28th at 73 years old. She had lung cancer and had gone through her first round of chemo. It knocked her immunity down and pneumonia set in. They had to postpone her chemo until the pneumonia cleared up, but it never did. As a result, she became septic from the infection in her lungs and sadly passed. My mom was really an awesome person and everyone loved her. We often butted heads, but we are a lot alike, and I really loved her so much. She was a firm believer in Jesus, and she ran a Christian sharing center where she helped a lot of people. I worked in a bar, and many times in conversation with people, they would ask where I was from, how long I'd lived in the area, etc. I'd mentioned that my mom runs a sharing center down the road, and people would reply along the lines of, oh my gosh, Debbie is your mom. We love her. Then they'd go on and on about how great she was and how much they loved her. This happened to me a handful of times. I made sure to tell her about it as I sat next to her bed. I sat next to her bed in the hospital as she died. I was there for her last breath. Her last words to me were, don't you be sad. Don't you be so sad. There is more to this. Believe me, you'll see. Anyway, as you can imagine, everyone was pretty somber when my dad, sister, and I got home. All the nieces were in tears. I surprisingly remained upbeat. I was trying to lighten the mood and lift everyone's spirits. I didn't even cry until later that night as everyone else had gone to sleep. I was in her favorite chair, and I stood up to go get some water. I had my back to the chair and was thinking, I'm never going to see my mom sitting in this chair again. I'll never come over here again to see her sitting here buying toys for the kids on her pad. I'll never see her sitting here using the remote to scroll through the channels looking for some house renovation show or cold case files to watch ever again. She is gone. And just then I heard something land on the table. I spun around, a little startled, to see the remote wobbling as if it were the object that I had just heard get dropped onto the table. The remote was previously just sitting there. It wasn't leaned up against anything, and there was nothing that it could fall from. I'm positive I did not bump the table, and it didn't simply slip. She could be defiant, and it's just like her to say, oh, you think so? How the F do you like this then? One of her favorite sayings was, well, how do you like them apples? I believe that's exactly what was being said. I thought back to those last words, believe me, you'll see. The following day, I didn't tell anyone about that because I felt like it was just too much. Didn't think I'd be believed and that they'd all feel like I was grasping at straws and making things up in an attempt to ease their pain. And a few days later, my sister was crying and I was trying to console her and assure her that mom was still around. I quoted my mom's last words, don't you be so sad. There is more to this. Believe me, you'll see. At this point, I decided to tell her what happened with the remote. She responded with, why can't I get any kind of validation? I wish she would let me know something. I told her again, don't be sad. You'll see. A couple of weeks go by. My sister goes back to work. She works at a school with special needs. At lunch, this kid comes up to her and says, I'm sorry your mom died. My sister told me that there was no announcements made. Nobody had addressed the class. She was confused, and how did this kid know that our mom had died? But she thanked him and told him he was a sweet boy to be so considerate, etc. Then the kid says, don't be so sad. It's not that bad. It's really no big deal. After you die, you get to go be your favorite animal for a day. I want to be a cheetah, and your mom gets to be an elephant. My sister could barely contain her emotion as she told me this. Our mom's favorite animal has always been the elephants. She loved them. She had all sorts of little elephant statues and memorabilia. That's kind of odd because my mother did too, didn't she?
Mm-hmm.
That's really weird. She collected them. How did the kid know that? Why did he choose that animal for my mom? I told her, you'll see, and I told her about a quote I had just recently heard somewhere regarding the treatment of special needs people. Always be kind to them, for God speaks to us through them. I don't even remember where I heard it, but it stuck with me for a reason. She was so happy, and I felt like she had finally gotten her sign from the other side. Anyway, that's not all. A few months back, I was getting a haircut, and this dude came in to tell the ladies in the barber shop that his mother passed away and wanted to let them know how much his mom loved having them do her hair. I spoke up and offered my condolences to the dude because I could relate to how much he must have been feeling. After he left, the ladies were asking about my mom, so I was telling them how great she was and how much I loved her and how I felt so sorry for that dude who had just left because I could relate, etc. After my cut, I went to the register to pay. As I pulled my card from my wallet, something fell out and it landed on the counter in front of me. I couldn't hold back the tears. It was a little bejeweled elephant that I had found like a year ago on the floor at the bar where I worked. Knowing how my mom loved elephants, I had stuck it in my wallet thinking I'd give it to her next time I saw her, but forgot about it. I was tearing up and the ladies were asking me if I was okay. I said that I was, but also that I was just a little perplexed. I handed her the little elephant pendant and told her how this can't possibly be a random coincidence. I told them about my sister and the special needs kid. All three of us were tearing up when I left. I knew that all of this was much more than a mere coincidence. Special needs kids aren't called that because of the nature of their needs. They are called that because they are indeed special. They are closer to God than any of the rest of us sinners and should be valued and protected as such. I'd like to reiterate my mother's final words to me because honestly it's important. Don't you be so sad. There is more to this. Believe me, you'll see. I miss my mom. My mother liked elephants too. It was weird. I'm going to tell you a story, and this is the truth. This isn't tooting my horn. I'm not trying to get any sympathy, and I don't care about that. When I was in high school, it was still common for people to pick on people with special needs. I got into more than a few fights because of it. My mom always told me if you had an ability, you should use it. She was referring to my brain, not my fists. Anthony, you heard her say that she hated me going and boxing at Metropolis. She didn't want me to be a fighter. She said I was too smart to be getting my head punched in, and she said that to you. And she hid my gloves from me one day. I didn't care. I got on the bus and I got to Metropolis, and I told Ricky, the cut guy, and I said, "Hey, you got a pair of gloves for me? My mom hid them from me." And he's like, "Your mom too?" I said, "Yeah. Mamas don't really want their babies to be boxers." I do appreciate that she did that because it made me pause when I was 30. And I said, I don't want to fight anymore because my head needs to be used for whatever God needs it to be used for, not a punching bag. I was always pretty good at moving and not getting hit, but I did take a lot of blows. My jaw still pops in and out of place. And I remember going to Taco Bell one time. There was a kid there. He was a special needs kid. And he was at the drive-thru. He had autism, and he had a couple other things going on. And he was so nice to me. And he gave us free food, and he was like just gushing to my mother. And my mother has told the story. Anthony's heard it. And he told my mother something that I'll always remember. And it sticks with me to this day. Kid's name was Danny. And if I never did anything else in my life, at least I did that. They picked on him. He was abused by other kids, and I was not in the mood for that shit. I had been picked on and beat up when I was younger. When I was younger, I never, ever could fight one person. It always had to be a pack of people. And I never had a fight where I could just fight this one person and somebody didn't punch me in the head or kick me or trip me while I was trying to fight this other imbecile. There was never a fair fight, never. When I got into the ring for the first time and I was 16 and I said, I only got to fight one guy. No, this is easy. I started beating the shit out of people. I mean, I was used to fighting 3, 4, 5 dudes, man, 6, 7 dudes, whatever, and always getting the hell kicked out of me. And then they'd parade around and pretend like one of them beat me up. That's not what happened. But it's what happened a lot. I got bullied and I got bullied and I got bullied. But by the time I was in high school, in my later teens, I was pretty much top of the food chain. And this guy who was in the drive-thru at the Taco Bell right there on Old Turf, I'll never forget, he told my mother, I said, "This is my mother, Danny." And he goes, "Hi." And he wasn't good at speaking. He had some issues. And I worked with some of the special needs kids. And for my first period, it was called Zero Period. And I actually tutored some of them in math and English. And so that was like a class for me. I got a credit for that. And was always good with languages too. And I was helping a couple of the foreign kids learn English. And so I did do those things. But I was a very dual-natured person, and I was also very violent and aggressive, and I fought a lot of people. But I stuck up for and defended people who couldn't defend themselves. And that's been something that's gotten me into a lot of trouble over the years. But that night, what he said to my mother brought it up to me multiple times over the years. She told me what my grandmother once said. She said the same thing. She's like, "You're not a bad guy. You're just, you played a bad guy." And I always said, "Mom, I was a bad guy." And she said, "No." She said, "That kid, a special needs kid, doesn't lie. He doesn't lie." And he looked me in my eye and he said, when he was in school, nobody could mess with me. And I miss him. I was out of school at that time and he was now a senior. And I told him, I said, "Danny, if they mess with you, just say my name. Because a lot of them are real afraid of me. And I got your back." And he said, "Okay, I'll tell him." I said, "Tell him Wolf's going to get him." Because to a lot of those punks, I was the boogeyman. And I told him, I said, "Don't matter. Then I'll come up there and I'll whip their ass in the parking lot." And my mother was like, "No, don't fight, whatever." And I said, "Mom, sometimes people need their ass whooped. It's just a fact. This isn't aimed at anybody in particular. I'm not using this to attack anyone." And they're going to say, "Oh, he cried." I don't give a fuck. It hurts me to know this, that people would take advantage and abuse someone. One thing, the younger generations now, they're not as quick to abuse those special needs kids. But when I was in school, it was like sport to these fuckers. And now I can sit here with my mother passed on the other side. Someone told her that I wasn't a bad guy. That I did defend those that were weaker than me. I did do what was right. And yes, I got into this stupid war for people because they were being attacked. And it's gone on and on and on. And every time somebody asks me if I regret it, I say no. I think what happened was my enemies thought that I was beat down from fighting these other 5 individuals, and that eventually I was wore down to nothing. And that was their opportunity. Because why not? Just get rid of him too. It's an easy thing, right? You come down out of the hills after you've been hiding, and then you just push me off the cliff. But guess what? I'm still here. And I'm going to continue to do what I know is right. And it's up to you people whether you want to stop or not, or you want to keep on going. I want more than anything to stop, and I'm begging you to please leave us alone. And I promise you, I give you my word, on Christ and everything that's holy, if you leave me alone, just let me know, hey, it's over. I don't want to fight anymore. Leave me alone and leave you alone, and I will stop and I will leave you alone. But I'm not going to let you run me and my family and friends down. I defended that kid amongst many others from people who did bad things. Now, I know what these reprobates are going to think. This is not true. But Anthony, no, you heard this story. My mother was very proud of me for this. And one day, my sister stood there accusingly, like, well, what have you done? This and that, because she worked at the church. And I looked at her and I didn't tell her, oh, guess what? I'm a good guy. I did this, and that. I said, why don't you ask your mom? She gave birth to us. She'll tell you. She never raised that question again. I fought for those who couldn't help themselves. I fought for those and did what was right. And I will do it again and again and again. Oftentimes, being a good person is a thankless task. But it's not supposed to be. There's not people walking around patting you on the back telling you, oh, you're a good guy because you helped that person with money, or you gave that person something, or you fought for somebody. You know why? Because that's what you're supposed to do. Because if you really are a Christian, those things should come natural. You're not a hero for doing what God commanded you to do. You're just in line like you're supposed to be. Now, this young man earlier tonight, he does what he feels is right. We look at that and say, well, maybe that's not correct. I look at that and see the danger in books like that. Those books are used by people in the elites in Hollywood to do all kinds of things that they shouldn't be doing. And if I could help that young man escape that, I will. And I don't care if you persecute me, because at the end of the day, you can say that I'm a satanic, or whatever, the way they worded it is so ridiculous, satanicist, necromancer, sorcerer, or warlock, whatever you want to call me. They've even called me a freaking werewolf and a shape-shifting reptilian. You can call me whatever you want, because at the end of the day, it's between me and God knows my heart, and he knows who I am. And he knows what I've done, good and bad. And you're not the judge of me. And I honestly don't care. For the sake of the community, I would like all this to end. I'm tired of defending myself. I think that actions should speak louder than words. One of them said, what have you done for the community? I thought I put on 2 conferences and paid my own money for that. I thought that was enough. I paid each and every speaker. I challenge you to find one that didn't get paid. Some of those people said, hey, I wasn't expecting to get paid, because the other conferences they went to, nobody paid them. And if I wouldn't have paid those speakers, which some people would consider to be a lesser venue speaker, I didn't. I put them on the same pedestal as I would anybody. When you're up there speaking, you are just as good and just as special as anyone else. There is nobody that's any better than anyone else. Because Jesus says, what you do to the least of us, you've done to me. And by the same token, what you've done for the least of us, you've done for him. There's going to be people at the end that are going to say, but Christ, Jesus, when did we see you without clothing? When did we see you hungry? And he's going to reply, when you saw the least of us suffering, without clothes, without food, without water, without shelter, and you walked right by and you did nothing, you did that to me. Because, as I said earlier, Jesus was a man. That's where me and James differ. I look at Jesus the man as the most important thing, because he connects me to God. It is him. that connects us to not the beginning, not Genesis. Jesus. He's the one that connects us to God. That's the most important thing. They want to argue about how and who and what created what. It doesn't matter. We're here, and God sent Christ. And that connection we have comes from him. So Jesus represents us to his Father as being in the flesh. He was the Word made flesh. God took a piece of himself and put him into a human form for us to see and behold, a righteous, holy being without sin. Then Jesus said, "He who without sin cast the first stone." These people are throwing boulders and living in glass houses. We need to stop. I know that my words will probably fall on deaf ears, but there's always hope. I've given this speech many times, and I'll keep speaking it, and I'll keep saying it until the end of time. It doesn't have to be this way. At any time, they can reach out and listen. I will listen, and I will hold my end of the bargain until such time as you break it. And they know this. It's not me waging war on this community. When you do these things, you're doing it to Christ. If I do these things to you, it's the same as doing it to Jesus. I cannot sit here and say I'm innocent. I keep defending myself. Now, sometimes there's venom because I'm angry and I'm a human. And Christ understands that. He was once walking in human form. It doesn't have to be this way. I'm not going to look back at my life and fall back on the fact that I helped some people back in the day and forever carry it around and say, I'm a good person, I'm patting myself on the back. No, I did what anybody should do. You do what anybody's supposed to do. You try to be honest. You try to not be quarrelsome. You try to be loving and kind and giving. I do those things as best as I can. We always fail, but no one has a right to sit in judgment of me or anyone else. That's not your place. That belongs to God, not you. Now, I know a lot of people want to believe that they are just like God, but you're not God. You're not Jesus. You're not even Michael. You're just a human, a very flawed being that God took mercy on. And he sent Christ to help us. Somebody sent me a message the other day. I've heard it a few times. I like your show, but you get too preachy and I can't listen. And I said, I feel sorry for you because that's the most important part. They also said, just saying words doesn't make you right. I said, no, anybody can say words. It's the intent behind those words. Just as I always say, everyone has a story. It's based on how you tell it. Some people like to come to watch the show to hear people tell their encounters. Some people like to come to watch the show to have me tell their encounters. And some people like to come and learn. Whatever your reasoning is, you're all welcome here. I'm not going to judge you, and unless you're being unruly and you're attacking others, I'm not going to be ugly, mean, and hateful and spiteful to you. The reason is because Jesus went to the people who were doing wrong, because those are the people that needed him the most. He could have chose to just hang out with his own peeps and just been like, oh yeah, we're all good. We're the good guys. We're just going to hang out and we're going to shun and ignore everyone that's not like us. But that wasn't his calling, was it? Nor is it mine. See, People believe in the illusion of choice, but when God puts something in front of you, you do it because we belong to Him, not the other way around. Some people act like they have the market cornered on God, or that they can just pick up the phone and call Him. And I'm like, oh, talking to the Lord the other day, and He said, we got to go after this man. He's bad. No, He didn't. He didn't command you to do that. He didn't command you to sharpen spears and go out and slay the dragon. That's not your job. And vengeance is mine, saith the Lord. It's not my job or my place to take revenge on you. And it's not your job or place to take revenge on me. And may this be a lesson to everyone. That's it. I'll see you guys tomorrow. It's Sunday, and we'll be retelling people's encounters. That's the big night. Everybody show up, please, if you can. If you can, I understand. You can't do it. And I will ask people to please pray for James. He needs it. And maybe get him back. We're, further on the right path. But don't be judgmental. Don't be ugly. And please, for the love of all that is righteous, save the fake piety. We're real tired of it. We're all sinners here. All right, guys. I'll see you tomorrow night.